dad said something here, and then we actually had to go to the actual YouTube to, see. Remember, but I guess as of now, this is like really restricted. Whatever.
I don't know why that's on there. I don't know if it's just
it's not right. It's
I
not
think
right.
it's just through firewalls for the school.
Yeah.
Or
It's
something.
not right now though, Craig. So right now it's just showing me the normal.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we had that. So I've always went to the other side, and I never even asked about it. I'm sure there's some explanation of something.
What I'm going to do is I'm just going to turn this guy on, and then I'm going to pull up YouTube on my phone and just listen to a commercial just to see how it sounds.
I got my phone if you want.
What's that?
I got my phone if you want to use that.
Oh, I can use mine. That's not, I just need to get that guy on first. Right now, honestly, yeah, they shouldn't be hearing any audio because all our channels, I guess, those are.
When you look to the future, is the road there inevitable? It's not. That's why O'Gorman education matters. It's where you'll grow in your faith, be challenged, celebrate, and become part of a community. These are the moments that will shape your life. This is where your path will unfold. What are you waiting for? You belong in blue.
Did you know you can listen to the RPR network when you're on the go? Just search for Real Presence Radio in your app.
We are live at Harrisburg High School, folks. We're about, 58 minutes to kickoff. Our pregame show will start about 6:25. Isaac Struck, Dan Johnson on the call. We're just doing a mic check. Say hi to our 12 viewers right now. Thank you.
Look at me go. And testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Knights against Harrisburg. 32 minutes left on the clock. Dan, how's the heated coat going right now? Did you turn that puppy on yet?
Check. 1, 2, 3. Checks in the mail.
All white, all maroon.
Check. We were here, 2 years ago, about September for Tiger Bowl. It's the last time we were. So
I don't know.
Oh, and you're back in front. It's in the series history. It was 2018 or something.
I don't think we've ever lost to Harrisburg.
You graduated, right?
Yeah, the year, so it'd be 2018.
crank mine up because I'm going to turn my other hearing aid down.
So you and Isaac are the same crank up, so.
Oh,
yeah.
That's
for
fine. We
return?
can-
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Let me turn my hearing aid up then.
No, they want louder into their ears, so that's.
I'm fine like this. I mean, if you need to go up, we can go up. That's fine.
Yeah, Nick says it sounds good.
Radio stream looks great. Okay. Hey, Al, how you doing? Hey, Al Benjamin. North Dakota.
Yeah.
There. I turn my left down, put my right up.
Do you have a Sharpie? Or, I mean, a highlighter? Highlighter?
I got one.
I'll do a pink one.
Pink.
Manly color.
It is breast cancer month.
That's true. I would say that I planned it, but I did not. There we go. Thanks. All right.
Alex, sometimes I think it helps if
The score tracker is not a courtesy of us. That's from Harrisburg, which is great.
sometimes it might help like to zoom in unless you kind of get the
No.
features to kind of help you get the level.
You're listening to a special presentation from the Real Presence Radio Network. On Real Presence Radio, welcome to the Knights Game Day Show, sponsored by First Premier Bank, Premier Bank Card.
Welcome everyone to Harrisburg, South Dakota, where the number 5 ranked Sioux Falls and Gorman Knights are coming into the game with a 5-3 record. Winners of 4 games in a row are taking on the number 3 ranked Harrisburg Tigers, who are 5-2 on the season. In the final regular season game for both of these teams, both are top 5 ranked teams in Class AAA. O'Gorman is currently sitting in that number 4 spot in the power rankings coming into tonight's matchup, which would put them hosting the first round of the playoff versus Sioux Falls Lincoln. If the postseason started tonight, Harrisburg is that number 3 spot in the power rankings, which would have them a matchup between Sioux Falls, Washington. So there's a lot on the line tonight for playoff seeding for the first round of the playoffs starting next Thursday. I'm Isaac Struck with Real Presence Radio. Tonight joined in the booth by Dan Johnson. Dan, how can people tune in tonight?
Tonight you're going to tune in on YouTube, Real Presence Radio Sioux Falls, where you can listen and watch the video stream. Due to Real Presence Radio morning show tomorrow live in Aberdeen at 9 o'clock, we won't be on the radio at 94.5 or 91.3 FM. We're online at yourcatholicradiostation.com or on the mobile app. We're only going to be on YouTube tonight, which is Real Presence Radio Sioux Falls. Let's talk about last week. Last week, the O'Gorman Knights won their 4th straight game Friday night up in the chilly Aberdeen, 44-12. O'Gorman led 23-0 in the game, and Aberdeen scored 12 straight points, kind of like Watertown, let them back in 23-12 early in the third quarter. But O'Gorman answered quickly with final 21 points of the game. And the story of the game was a quarterback named Tegan Slimgan, who tied Mr. Struck's recent record for the most completions of the game with 28 attempts in the game with 39. He broke Isaac's record for passing in the yards with 449 yards and also threw 4 touchdowns. Isaac, after hearing that stat and watching the game last week, what stood out to you about Tegan's accomplishment and the way he played?
I really think that Tegan played a complete football game. He was checking down to the right receivers and not taking too many gamble plays, but he was just playing a conservative, good football game. And then when those shots were there to take down the field, he was hitting them almost every single time. There was a couple big-time connections that he had to some receivers like Stuckel multiple times over the top. But, yeah, when those shots opened up, he was on time and on target with them, and he put some nice loft under the ball to let those receivers run under him.
You know, and hats off. I mean, you had a record for years, and hats off to Tegan for taking over your record. You were an excellent quarterback, and I'm surprised that record stood like it did as long, for the 3 years. So let's talk about the running game. O'Gorman rush offense was boosted by Mr. Jacob Schwab to the lineup for the full-time running back for 3 weeks ago and averaged 97 yards at 9 yards per carry in the last 3 weeks. Isaac, how important Jacob been the offensive success in these last 3 games? And how much does Henry, reliable running back, help moving this offense forward tonight against the Harrisburg Tigers?
Well, it's a big help, and it's especially a help when you can, in a game like tonight with the elements the way they are, it may be tough to pass the ball as effectively as they would like, so it's going to be a big help to have Schwab running the ball consistently like he has been. He's been one of our consistent backs this year that will pick up a couple yards every carry, and he's tough to bring down, so tonight it's going to be crucial to watch him run between the tackles. Especially with some guys on the line missing tonight, some new replacements in. It's going to be an interesting night to see how things go.
Let's look at the biggest improvements for Gorman during the last 4-game win streak. I think you have to look at Schlimgen to Stuckel connection. That's the SS connection. Sam last week had 9 catches for 175 yards and 2 touchdowns and caught 9 touchdowns in the past 4 weeks compared to 1 touchdown in the first 4 weeks. What do you think Stuckel and Schlimgen connection has been effective in the last 4 games than earlier in the season? What's changed?
I think that they're finally getting into that groove. I mean, early on in the season, if you think about it, with all the things that were going on this summer, there was not as many opportunities to get out and practice in the summer and hold those camps. So those first couple of weeks of the season were sometimes was kind of the first time they were running 11 on 11 out there. And it's definitely different than just tossing the football around in the backyard. Now I think that they've seen some packages, some defensive packages together. They kind of figure out what they can do to attack the defense, and those two are working about as well as they can together right now, and they're going to keep producing, I hope, into the rest of the end of the season here. But right now, it's definitely been a big turnaround since that front half of the season.
Okay, we come in the final game of the year. We're down here against Harrisburg, ranked number 3. They're 5-2 in the season. Harrisburg has a high-power offense, kind of like Brandon, led by junior quarterback Jacob Knuth, who threw 232 yards per game with 23 touchdown passes in 7 games. His target is senior Ethan Rollinger, who has 545 receiving yards and 9 touchdowns of the season. I think Harrisburg's offense put up 46 points against Lincoln 2 weeks ago and averaging 38 points per game. Is this the biggest challenge O'Gorman's defense has faced since that dreaded Roosevelt game?
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be tough to defend Harrisburg tonight, especially with some of those guys that are kind of getting back into action tonight, like Struck and Nelson in that secondary. It's going to be tough to slow down these receivers from Harrisburg. And Harrisburg loves to throw the ball around the field. Knuth is a polished passer, but can also be a little bit of a run threat. So we can't just drop back the linebackers like we normally do. So it's going to be real interesting to see how we play defense tonight against such a polished passing attack. But then you also have to pay attention to their run game, because Harrisburg's run game can be sneaky on you, and you never quite know what they're going to be throwing at you. So it's just going to be a tough game tonight defensively, but with the elements that may come to our advantage and may come to our disadvantage. We'll just have to wait and see.
So how is this now? Let's talk about the cold weather. It's 32, 33 degrees out here. First game of the year where we've seen these conditions. This was colder than it was last week in Aberdeen. The wind's out of the northeast, pretty good jaunt, probably 20, 25 miles an hour. A little bit of wind chill factor out there. What does that play for some of these guys that have never played in this type of weather?
Well, you'll see some of the younger guys probably a little bit timid to hit right away. That first hit's going to sting a little bit until you warm up, and that's one of the biggest things is, especially in the cold, your fingers aren't moving quite like they are used to. Your legs and stuff are going to be a little bit tighter, and you got to stay loose. You got to stay warm on the sidelines. Tonight you'll probably see more guys jogging up and down the sidelines while they're waiting to get back into the game. But also with the quarterback play, both teams tonight, it's going to be tough to throw the ball. It's tough when the ball gets wet and slippery, but let alone when it's cold and your fingers are already cold and your hands are cold. That's why you always hear these NFL teams talk about hand size and their quarterback. Whoever's got the bigger hands might be able to grip the ball a little bit better tonight. But it's going to be really interesting to see how they handle the elements. Maybe we'll see some more ground attack from both teams, while they'll still have opportunities to air it out. But I think it's going to be more of a running attack out of O'Gorman and Harrisburg than we're used to seeing out of the two teams.
I think with the wind, I think you're right. I don't think you're going to see too many balls in the air. Now, if you're going south, we're going to our right. You got the wind behind you. Sure, light it up if you got the opportunity there. Let's talk about the revenge factor here at Harrisburg. Gorman defeated Harrisburg last season. O'Gorman closed out the regular season 37-15. The following week, they defeated the Tigers again in the first round of the playoffs, 24-20. Think there'd be revenge factor here, a little extra incentive for these Harrisburg players tonight after getting beat 2 games in a row last year?
Yeah, absolutely. And not only 2 games in a row last year, but they haven't beaten O'Gorman since they made that move to AAA and in that last season of AA. I remember back in 2017 in that O'Gorman Dakota Bowl against Harrisburg. O'Gorman knocked off Harrisburg then, and then the following year we came out for the Tiger Bowl, and O'Gorman kind of handed it to Harrisburg on their homecoming / Dakota Bowl style game out here. So Harrisburg's never actually gotten over the hump of beating O'Gorman, so this is definitely a game where they're hungry to get that win.
Now, okay, Harrisburg's got that high-power offense, but the Harrisburg defense has really struggled the last 2 games. They gave up 42 points against Lincoln and 63 last week to Brandon Valley, who never punted, and got 375 combined rushing yards from Joe Colbeck and Tate Johnson. What do you expect from Coach Pomka tonight to attack the struggling Harrisburg defense?
Well, I don't want to give away too much, but you're going to see more of a running set this week. I was kind of talking to my brother, advantages of having someone on the team. But you're going to see a little bit more of a running balanced attack tonight. They're going to still have some obvious passing situations, but we might see a little bit more of a full house backfield with a couple of read option plays and et cetera to kind of break open that defense so that they can hit the deep shots later. It's not going to be such a 3 receivers, 4 receivers sets to throw the ball all around all night long. It's going to be more of that over the middle, short passing game to kind of open things up for that second half. So now we're going to go over to our scoreboard update. So some other games going on this evening. We'll start with the early games that are already underway. Watertown is at Aberdeen Central right now. The 2-4 Watertown Arrows are taking on the 2-4 Aberdeen Central Golden Eagles. Both of those teams are O'Gorman's last opponents. They're playing for seeding position tonight. In AA, Douglas is taking on Pierre at 6 o'clock. That game already underway. And then in Rapid City right now, Lincoln is at Rapid City Central. Lincoln, the number 4 team in the state, they're at 4-3 on the season, taking on Rapid City Central, who's just got the 1 win on the season. We've got Washington at Sioux Falls Roosevelt tonight. That game is underway already. Yankton at Brookings. That is going to be a fantastic game. That'll be on Midco Sports this evening, but it's number 1 Yankton at number 2 Brookings in that AA final regular season game of the year. To whoever gets that win will get that position of the number 1 seed heading into the playoffs. Spearfish at Sturgis Brown tonight, and then the nightcap between Huron and Mitchell at Mitchell. The number 5 ranked Mitchell Colonels at 3-5 taking on Huron at 3-5 as well.
And we got an update. The Lincoln out in Rapid City, Sioux Falls Lincoln, Patriots 14, Rapid City Central nothing. That's the end of 1. So to me, like you nailed it on the head. The big game is going to be Brookings Yankton up there. It's up at South Dakota State, Brett. And what a big matchup up there, undefeated. And so that's going to be the other game. Roosevelt Washington. I don't look for that to be much. I think Roosevelt's going to play about a half and set their players.
Yep.
You know,
I would assume that game, if they can get under control early, they weren't going to risk.
They're not going to risk anything. So I mean, Kim Nelson knows he's up there with Keeter and the knowledge of football. So he's going to rest his players and stuff. So, but we're going to keep you updated on that AA game up there in Brookings tonight.
The game in Pierre is a snow fest between Pierre and Douglas. That game's got about a couple inches of snow sitting on the grass out there in Pierre.
What about Watertown, Aberdeen?
That could be another
snow. Well, that's because a friend of mine up in Eureka had a 3-foot snowdrift in his backyard. Well, that's 80 miles west of Aberdeen, so it's like, whoa, folks. I mean, we had the snow last year, a week ago up in Watertown. So anyway, that's a scoreboard update. Coming up on the other side of the break, Brett Byler talked to Harrisburg coach Brandon White and find out what the keys to the Tigers to get a win tonight against O'Gorman Knights. You're listening to Real Presence Radio on YouTube.
At First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card, we believe the greatest investment we can make is in our customers and communities. Thanks to our industry-leading service, products, and tools, we're helping our customers reach their financial goals and achieve success. Through the generosity of our employees and leadership, we're able to support nearly 700 South Dakota organizations and nonprofits with our time, money, and resources. At Premier, we're always seeking ways to make an impact for good by investing in what matters most to you. It's the Premier way.
Catholic Family Services is here for you, regardless of age, faith, or ethnic origin. They provide services throughout eastern South Dakota, including mental health counseling for adults and children, grief therapy for individuals or groups, a divorce support group, and a grief camp for children. They also now offer online counseling through telehealth therapy. For more information or to make an appointment with Catholic Family Services, you can call 800-700-7867 or go to sfcatholic.org/CFS.
Welcome back to the Knights Game Day Show, brought to you by First Premier Bank, Premier Bank Card. I'm now joined by Harrisburg football coach Brandon White. Coach, your team's coming off a 63-27 loss at number 2 Brandon Valley on the road last Friday night. And just kind of looking at the Argus Leader article, one of the first things that stuck out to me is Brandon had, 9 offensive possessions and 9 touchdowns. What were they doing, I guess, that gave your defense so many issues for last Friday night? I
don't know if it was more scheme. We just didn't tackle very well. We had quite a few 3rd and 8s and 3rd and 10s, and all of a sudden they convert. They may break a couple tackles, end up converting, getting a first down by a half a yard here and there. So, our kids played really, really hard. Offensively, we had 9 possessions, so we scored on 4, 2 picks, missed field goal, and then we went for it on a fake field goal as our 9th possession. So they didn't really stop us too much. We had too many mistakes as well. It was a physical football game. They were just clicking. Their quarterback threw, started the game 7 for 7. Where the films we watch and the games, he's completing about every 5th ball. So he played really well. They just made more plays.
What did you like the most about offensively what your team did? It looked like you had over one receiver, Rollinger, over 100 yards, almost a running back at 100, and your quarterback threw for 4 TDs. So offensively, you got to have some positives to move forward with.
Yeah, absolutely. Our offense is playing very well right now. We got to do a better job of keeping our defense on the sideline. Right now we're scoring fast, which is fun, but sometimes, you putting your defense back out there quick it can be wear and tear on a defense over a full game. We got to be a little bit better in that sense of, our offense, hanging on, a little bit longer. Yes, we want to score, but maybe there's ways that we can definitely help our defense out.
Coach, you're 5-2 right now, sitting at 3 in power points with the one last game remaining in the regular season. Kind of a different season this year with everything going on. What do you see, though, right now maybe as your biggest improvement throughout this season now compared to back in August?
Just the maturity of our kids. With COVID, we've had a ton of kids have to play that we didn't expect to play. So our depth right now is really good because those kids were forced into situations, and maybe it was other kids we had to play at different positions but still keeping them on the field. So I think the adversity part of it, I don't think our kids have seen anything that won't be thrown at them in this playoffs that they can't react to and make it a positive. So that's a plus. I mean, every team's in that situation right now with a lot of kids in and out. It's like a revolving door. So, but I'm really pleased with our kids is the mindset. Every week they're coming to work. Yeah, we've had a couple hiccups versus Roosevelt and Brandon Valley, but we had our chances in those games. It's not like it was a complete blowout from start. We were moving the ball even against Brandon Valley. We just converted a few too many mistakes against them as well.
Now your team closes the regular season out here at home against O'Gorman tonight. O'Gorman's now won 4 straight games coming into the ball game. When you're just watching this Knights team on film, kind of what stands out to you about your opponent tonight?
Offensively, they're very diverse. They have a good RPO game, and they're making plays. They're very efficient in their run game, which then sets up their play action to Stuckel and stuff over the top. So they pose a lot of issues for us, because of their dynamics of what they can do and obviously being well coached. Defensively, they're kind of just hang back and make you snap it over and over and over again. If you do that against high school teams, you're going to make a mistake if it's a penalty or if it's a turnover of some sort. So we got to be very efficient on first down, and then second down we got to get that to third and short. We can't have any third and longs against them because then they'll capitalize.
What will be some of the biggest keys defensively against that offense for O'Gorman tonight?
Mixing our coverages very well, being able to play some man at times, being able to play zone, and getting to our guys to some of their RPO stuff, not letting them get comfortable of seeing the same defense over and over. So I think our coaches put a pretty good game plan together, and our kids have been practicing pretty well this week.
Thanks so much, Coach. Good luck tonight.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
We'd like to thank Coach White for his time. Don't go away, folks, because Brett Byler interviewed O'Gorman coach Jason Poppinga, and that interview is next on the Knights Game Day Show.
Hello, this is Mark Konzemius, president of the Catholic Community Foundation for Eastern South Dakota. Preparing for the end of life can be overwhelming, even scary. Yet as disciples of Christ, we live in great hope and the reality of God's promise that death is not the end, but a new beginning. The End-of-Life Planning Workbook for Catholics is now available. I encourage you to reach out to one of our Catholic Community Foundation offices or ccfesd.org. May God bless each of us on our journey to heaven.
Is there an event that you would like announced right here on the RPR Network? Please email the details at least 2 weeks in advance to Therese at realpresenceradio.com. That's Therese at realpresenceradio.com. We can help spread the word about what's happening at your parish and in your diocese. Again, that email address is Therese at realpresenceradio.com.
Welcome back to the Knights Pregame Coaches Show interview sponsored by Canfield Business Interiors. I'm now joined by O'Gorman football coach Jason Poppinga. Coach's team's coming off a big win at Aberdeen Central last Friday night in chilly, cold Aberdeen. Coach, your offense was unstoppable for most of the game, scoring 3 touchdowns in your first 4 possessions. You didn't punt the whole ball game. Overall, Tegan Schlimgen had a terrific game at quarterback, over 400 yards, 28 completions. How important was Tegan to your offense's overall success on Friday night?
Yeah, obviously he's the key cog in the whole machinery there. We put a lot on our quarterback, the decision making he has to make on the field, the identification, all those things played into it. The number of times that we've been throwing the ball, obviously that puts a big load on his shoulders, and and he came through. And realistically, the only time we were stopped, the 4th down that you referred to there, where it should have been a pass interference when they tackled the receiver, it should have been called, and the other time, we just didn't get it. So our offense basically scored almost every possession that we had, which hasn't happened this year. The question will be, can we maintain that into this next week?
And as a coach, you like to see how your team handles adversity, which obviously a football game, there is going to be some generally every game. It looked like you might go up another touchdown right at the end of the first half. You fumbled the ball there, and then they score, get the opening kickoff, and score again. All of a sudden, the game's, I believe, 23-12 at that point. Then your offense goes down and scores, and was never any closer than that. At that point, how important was that touchdown drive to answer their 12 straight points?
Well, it's huge. We talked about about going into halftime that, it's 2 mistakes. We had a receiver run the wrong route that turned into an interception. Our defense gets the stop. We call the timeouts to get another possession, to at least get a field goal. In the first play from scrimmage, we bobble the handoff, between, our quarterback and our tailback. So all of a sudden the next half, first play they scored a touchdown that it easily could have been another Watertown, in a really big hurry in that game because we think Aberdeen, is similar type talent to what Watertown had. Hats off to our guys. The offense came right back down and jammed it down their throats and scored and then continued to keep on scoring the rest of the game. So, that's the type of resiliency we need going into the end of the season.
Coach, I know coming into the Aberdeen Central game, you mentioned as a key to stop their running attack. They have a good running back. Also, quarterback's a very good runner. How do you feel your defense did against their rushing attack?
Yeah, obviously we gave up quite a few yards. When you look at the statistic line, there's a lot of yards that we gave up. But ultimately, a lot of 3-and-outs. We had them in situations where we got sacks on the quarterback in key downs and putting them in 3rd-and-long situations. So, we gave up some first downs. We gave up some short drives. But, ultimately the defense, didn't break, except for those couple miscues that we had for long touchdowns. So, we can do that against Harrisburg. Hopefully we can keep ourselves in the game.
A player on your offensive end is your leading tackler, Jacob Schwab. Now he's for about 3 straight weeks has been your primary running back. He had over 100 yards the previous 2 weeks. Had a good game again against Aberdeen Central rushing ball. What elements does he bring to your offense, kind of having him more as a full-time running back?
Yeah, he's really solidified that position for us. The 2 things: 1, he's physical, and 2, he's really intelligent. Him being able to pick up the position, being able to play that really well, and then be physical enough up front for us, has made a huge difference in our offense.
And then obviously you had a new guard, Ratzlaff, who didn't even have a guard jersey. You had to find him a jersey number during the game. How do you feel he kind of played at your left guard position?
For, a position that you tell guys to go work at, and perfect your craft for a whole year. He stepped in 1 week and did a good job. But, a lot like, what we asking out of Schwab. He's a physical player who likes football, and, we need to find places on the field for our good football players to play.
Harrisburg tonight, they're 5-2 on the season. I believe they're right in front of us in power points. When you look at this Harrisburg team you're going to be facing tonight, what is your biggest challenge going to the ball game against them?
Yeah, one, just their athleticism. You look at their quarterback, who's an outstanding, athlete, Knuth. He runs really well, throws, he's tall. He's a prototypical, college recruit quarterback. And then you start adding in the receiving core of Rollinger, who's a returning all-state player, and then 2 other receivers that are also really good. And just their size. They're bigger, they're faster than what we've seen in the last couple of weeks. And, that'll be the question is, can we stay with a top-tier team that's very athletic?
On your offensive end, coach, against Harrisburg's defense, how important will it be able to have balance, be able to run it and pass it well during the game?
Yeah, really important. Up front, it's going to be our big issue. We've got guys out, with sickness, unable to play, whether or not we can kind of plug those holes and be efficient up front. Either 1, giving Teagan enough time that he's not getting hurried or getting sacked all the time, and then 2, we got to be able to run the football. We're never going to win games at this point and under these types of weather conditions at the end of the season without being able to run the football.
Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck tonight.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Tonight's pregame coaches show for the Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights has been brought to you by Canfield Business Interiors. Canfield Business Interiors provides healthier, safer, smarter design solutions for your workplace. For more information, you can find us online at canfieldco.com. Canfield, making space better. Coming up after the break, we'll find out what the Knights need to do to defeat the Harrisburg Tigers tonight to win their 4th straight game in our Keys to Victory segment.
Need repairs on gas pumps, tanks, and air compressors? Sioux Equipment Company can help. They serve Sioux Falls and the surrounding areas. Sioux Equipment Company also offers services for lifts, signs, decals, and tank truck equipment. Sioux Equipment Company at 605-334-1653 is a supporter of O'Gorman Knights athletics and activities.
Canfield Business Interiors in Sioux Falls, South Dakota provides healthier, safer, smarter design solutions for your workplace. They make space better by creating inspirational experiences to improve your organizational performance. For more information, you can find us online at canfieldco.com. Canfield, making space better. Canfield Business Interiors supports the Sioux Falls Catholic School System and wishes all O'Gorman students and student athletes good luck this year.
Hey, welcome back here to Harrisburg, South Dakota, with the O'Gorman Knights taking on Harrisburg Tigers here shortly for the final regular season game. Let's talk about our keys to victory, guys. Let's go back. Let's each have a couple here. What do you got?
Well, tonight we got to put pressure on
the quarterback from Harrisburg tonight, Jacob Knuth. He's got two excellent receivers in Walter and Rollinger, and you just can't let him have all day to sit back there and throw the ball. We got to get to him, frustrate him early, and try to force the ball out of his hands quickly.
Okay, to me, the first thing is limit the turnovers. Gorman had 6 turnovers in the past 2 weeks against Watertown and Aberdeen. They lost 4 fumbles in those games. Limit the turnover. The ball is going to be cold. It's going to be hard. I think there's going to be a lot of fumbles, but both, we're going to have to hang on the ball tonight.
The offense definitely needs to have a balanced running and throwing attack tonight. We need to be able to pass the ball effectively when we can, but we also need to take a pressure off of our passing game and be able to run the ball effectively. And that's kind of what we're guessing that O'Gorman's going to focus on tonight is running that ball.
And eliminate the big plays for the Harrisburg offense. You mentioned Knuth. He's averaging 232 yards per game. They have to eliminate those big plays for the Harrisburg Tigers.
We got to let Sam Stukel go get cooking tonight. We got to get him the ball as much as possible. He had 9 catches for 175 yards and 2 touchdowns last week. He's caught 9 touchdowns in the last 4 games. As long as we let Sam do his thing, we should be in business tonight.
And the other thing I think is the coin toss and win the field position game. Get the wind your back in the fourth quarter, and the special teams. Get that punter to kick the ball good tonight. When hopefully he doesn't. We don't have to kick tonight. And it's a cold night. The field position is very important, and I think that coin toss. If you win, you're going to defer, and you're going to pick. Which end you're going to take here tonight. So that's our keys to victory. Let's pick our player tonight. Isaac, who are you going to go with?
I want to go. Okay, you know what? I'm going to go with Connor Pavelko tonight. I think Connor's going to get some more snaps at offense. I think he's hungrier than ever to have a big game before he heads into the playoffs. I mean, he only played sparingly on defense last week. He's got the nod tonight for a little bit of offense. I really think that we could expect to see some at least highlight-type plays out of Pavelko in the backfield as well as in the receiving slot receiver area. But look for Connor Pavelko to be active all over tonight on the offensive and defensive sides of the football.
And I'm going to go with number 25. As Coach Pomigan mentioned, he kind of stole my thunder. Very physical player, number 25, Jacob Schwab. I'm going to go for him as the player that I'm picking tonight to watch. So the Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights Game Day Show has been brought to you by First Premier Bank, Premier Bank Cards. Premier is a proud sponsor of high school athletics and your O'Gorman Knights. First Premier Bank, Premier Bank Card, investing in their communities. Coming up next on the Knights Kickoff Show, we'll have the priest prayer, the starting lineups of both teams, and our final thoughts. You're listening to Real Presence Radio on YouTube.
On the Real Presence Radio Network, O'Gorman Knights Football is on the air. Brought to you by
Catholic Family Services, Catholic Community Foundation for Eastern South Dakota, Jardine Construction, Barnett Vision Clinic, Bishop O'Gorman Catholic Schools, McGuire Iron, Sioux Equipment Company, Ferendorf Family Chiropractic and Wellness, Mark Promis with Providence Financial, First Premier Bank Card, Canfield Business Interiors, the BB Agency Knights of Columbus Insurance, Closets and More, and JMJ Caseworks.
Kickoff to tonight's game is just moments away. With all the exciting action of O'Gorman Knights football, let's go to the field.
Welcome back to Harrisburg High School, where the Knights are getting ready to take on the Harrisburg Tigers. About 11 minutes till kickoff here. We're going to talk about some players to look out for Harrisburg tonight, and obviously quarterback Jacob Knuth is one of them. The 6'4", 205-pound junior has thrown for 1,623 yards on the season with 23 touchdowns. He does have 8 interceptions, but he's about 230 so yards per game in the air. And running back for Harrisburg, Anders Clayton, who has rushed for almost 400 yards and 2 touchdowns on the season. He's got about 5 yards per carry. Another dynamic running back for Harrisburg, as well as Ethan Rollinger, the senior wide receiver, who is 6'3", 195 pounds. He's had 29 catches for 545 yards this season and 9 touchdowns. He goes for about 78 yards per game and just shy of 19 yards per catch.
Yeah, they got some great athletes out here. That's one thing about, you see all these towns. You look at Roosevelt's got some athletes, but Brandon Valley, here you come to Harrisburg, it seems like every team's got 2 or 3 players that stick out that you really have to watch, and that's those guys there you really have to watch tonight for the Harrisburg Tigers. So I believe we're going to have our national anthem.
So we will take a quick break for the national anthem.
When you look to the future, is the road there inevitable? It's not. That's why O'Gorman education matters. It's where you'll grow in your faith, be challenged, celebrate, and become part of a community. These are the moments that will shape your life. This is where your path will unfold. What are you waiting for? You belong in blue.
Did you know you can listen to the RPR network when you're on the go? Just search for Real Presence Radio in your app store. Listen live to any station across the network at any time, so you can stay connected to your local community from wherever you are. Plus, if you miss a program, the Real Presence Radio app is your one-stop shop for local and national podcasts, including our signature show, Real Presence Live. The Real Presence Radio app, with you every step of your faith journey. Searching for more great Catholic content? Visit our website at yourcatholicradiostation.com. Find Catholic news you can trust, information about events coming up in your local area, and the latest on what's happening at the RPR network. And don't forget that you can listen to any of our stations around the clock from anywhere in the world. Need prayers for someone or something in your life? You can submit those through our online form for the entire family to pray for. Real Presence Radio, online at yourcatholicradiostation.com.
Your family is depending on you to provide financial security for them. The Knights of Columbus can help you with insurance solutions such as disability income, long-term care, both term and whole life, annuities, retirement, and estate planning services. Join the Knights of Columbus today at kofc.org/join us for access to all these insurance services. Call Jeff Gillen at 605-759-7204. That's 605-759-7204.
At McGuire Iron, we protect and store quality water for people and communities across the country. We are family owned and operated and have been building and maintaining America's water tower infrastructure for over 100 years. We pride ourselves on using faith principles in our business practices every day. This deep faith in the church is why we support the Bishop O'Gorman Catholic School System. From all of us at McGuire Iron and the Jones family, we wish all O'Gorman students and student athletes good luck this year.
Welcome back.
Knights football in Harrisburg. Harrisburg, South Dakota. We're closing in on the kickoff between the O'Gorman Knights and the Harrisburg Tigers. Welcome to the Knights Kickoff Show. Isaac, let's talk about the season series history here between the Tigers and the Knights.
So this is the 5th meeting between these two teams, and O'Gorman leads that series 4-0. O'Gorman won to close out the regular season last year 37-15, and then following that, they defeated Harrisburg in the first round of the playoffs 24-20. O'Gorman led that game 24-6 in the fourth quarter and withstood 2 Harrisburg touchdowns late in the fourth quarter to preserve that victory. This was the first meeting between these two teams in the playoffs. O'Gorman won in 2018 at the Tiger Bowl, 32-15, and was the first time O'Gorman had played Harrisburg was the Dakota Bowl back in 2017, which the Knights won 35-26. Jason Popping is 4-0 versus Harrisburg coach Brandon White, and Brandon White is 0-4 versus O'Gorman as the Harrisburg coach.
So we'll do the starting lineup shortly. Now we'll have our priest prayer. Father?
My name is Father Tyler Madsen. I'm the chaplain of O'Gorman Junior High, as well as the chaplain of Christ the King Campus Ministry, our outreach in the city of Sioux Falls to our university and college students. We can begin in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, you give life and strength to every living creature. In you, gracious God, we live and move and have our being. We pray for all athletes who will be participating in today's game. We pray that their movements and strength might give you glory. We pray that every moment of celebration and disappointment might be an opportunity to grow closer to you. We pray for good sportsmanship, which honors your name, Lord. And most importantly, We pray that an abundance of enjoyment might be had by both the players and the spectators, so that through this game we might know your love for us. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Father Tyler Manson. He's the priest over at Christ the King, for your prayer. And we look forward to hearing prayers from different priests across the Diocese of Sioux Falls this football season. Also, time basketball as well. So, Isaac, let's get to the starting lineups tonight.
So tonight I'll start offensively for the Knights. At quarterback, we'll start there. Tegan Schlimgen. The offensive line is going to look a little bit different tonight. We've got Eddie Myler, the senior, starting at right tackle. Nate Ratzloff, the sophomore, is going to be starting at right guard tonight. Matt Peters will be starting at center. William Peterson is the left guard, and Chase Harris is going to be our tackle. The three receivers we have set to start the game are going to be Riedel, Alpers, Huners, and then Schlimgen, Stukel, and Schwab are in the backfield tonight. We're going to be looking at that heavy set for O'Gorman in the offensive side of the ball. Harrisburg defensively then will start with Aiden Foyley, Jordan Larson, and Colt Harder at the D-line, and then their linebacking core is going to be highlighted by Gavin Gulbranson, Jack Teagan, Cade Larson, and Aiden Vlokes. And then the DBs will round out with Evan Henderson, Lincoln Botel, George Belbass, and Cameron Hudson.
A little windy there. We'll get to the Harrisburg offense here and defense, and going to kick the ball, and the ball fell off. So you can tell it's pretty windy down there.
Absolutely. So Gorman won the toss, elected to defer. They'll boot it away to Harrisburg to start the game. On a windy night like tonight, O'Gorman elects to take the second half option, which, depending on how this game is going, they could possibly elect to kick again and take the win in the second half. This, however, kick will sail into the back of the end zone for a touchback. And then we'll go with the Harrisburg offense. We got the line is Nick Schutte, Jordan Larson, Alex Foley, Ethan Hadley, Mason Jacobson. Your wide receivers are Ethan Rollinger, Carter Barenfoos, Jack Teagan, and Lincoln Carlson. And your running back tonight is Andrew Clayton. And your quarterback, Jacob Knuth. Now your defense, your front three is Peters, Maris, Elpers. Your linebackers are Shea, Matichek, Peterson, Schwab. Your DBs are Stucco, Struck, Nelson, and Connor Pilvaco. That's your starting lineups for tonight. Harrisburg will start the game off with a carry up the middle. Anders Clayton on the carry will pick up nothing and will be stopped right at the line of scrimmage. Struck on the tackle for the Knights. No crowd mic tonight, so it may we're up in the Harrisburg box, so we may be hearing the PA announcer through the microphones, but no volume on the field. 2nd and 10 for Harrisburg. They'll run up the middle once again, get a couple yards. This time he's going to be met by Jacob Schwab after about a 3-yard carry. Gavin Ross on the carry there for the Harrisburg Tigers.
Now one name, John Maris. This is his first start on the defense for the year, his end, and he started last week? Yeah, I missed that part. Sorry.
So Harrisburg will come out, 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Knuth will drop back to pass. He'll now roll out right. Schwab in chase, dumps it off to Clayton down on the right side. He'll roll around and pick up about 7 yards, make a cut up the field, and picks up about 10 to 12 yards on the play. It'll be a first down for Harrisburg, and the chains move once again.
But Schwab had good pressure on the quarterback there. He was chasing it. He was running out of the pocket. He was running for dear life.
So Harrisburg picks up a first down through the air on Knuth's first pass of the game. They'll come back out, 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Offset in the backfield is Clayton. Knuth will drop back to pass. He'll now tuck and keep up the middle. Knuth has got room on the sideline. He's to the 30, down to the 20. Knuth on a foot race to the 10, to the 5, and he's into the end zone. Touchdown Harrisburg. Jacob Knuth kept it up the right sideline, broke through untouched, 65 yards into the end zone, and Harrisburg leads 6-0. Knuth dropped back to pass, saw nothing was doing. It looked like it could have possibly been a designed quarterback draw, kept it up the right side, And a nice block from the receiver on the edge freed up Knuth down the sideline, and he was untouched as he waltzed right into the end zone for an early lead on the 4th play from scrimmage.
That looked too easy. Somebody missed their assignment there.
Solely on to attempt the extra point for Harrisburg. High snap, gets the hold down, a wobbling kick that goes right through the uprights and good. So Harrisburg will extend the lead to 7-0. Here with 10:24 left in the first quarter, we will take our first break. You are listening to Real Presence Radio Network.
Ferendorf Family Chiropractic and Wellness is a third-generation chiropractic practice focusing on inspiring patients to take control of their personal health and the health of their families. Dr. Eric Ferendorf, a 1999 O'Gorman alum, is a proud third-generation O'Gorman Cathedral High School graduate following in the footsteps of his grandfather and uncle, and is excited to welcome his wife Larissa to the practice. Ferendorf Family Chiropractic and Wellness is located on the northwest corner of 49th Street and Southeastern Avenue, 605-334-8000.
Providence Financial is committed to protecting what matters most to you, your family, and your future. Mark Promis, a trusted choice independent insurance agent with Providence Financial in Sioux Falls, does not work for any one insurance company. He works for you. Mark provides coverage for home, auto, business, life, and more, and he can customize policies for you. To make an appointment with Mark, you can call 605-376-3227, or you can visit him at 3208 East 26th Street in Sioux Falls.
Harrisburg High School, where the Tigers lead this game 7-0 after Jacob Knuth marched down the field 65 yards on their 4th play from scrimmage. The ball just got blown off the tee from the wind this evening. Only 10:24 left here in the first quarter, and it's already 7-0 Harrisburg.
A little over a minute and a half, and like you said, 4 plays, and he ran at 65 yards. So somebody missed their assignment on the left side there for the Knights, but good run by Knuth. That was an excellent run.
So we wait for the ball to get set back on the tee. As Harrisburg looks ready to boot this one away. It's going to be deep and fielded by Riedel on the 15-yard line. Riedel will elect to run left. Avoids the first tackler, spins around, and finally gets wrapped up by the Harrisburg special teams unit, but not before he gets to the 27-yard line, and that's where the Knights will take over offensively for their first possession of the ball game. Gorman going to come out with Schlimgen at quarterback. Riedel with a 12-yard return on the first return of the game for the Knights. 10:27 left here in the first quarter. Ball on the 27-yard line. O'Gorman will come out, 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. The lone receiver on the right side looks like it's going to be Landry. Schlimgen out of the gun. He's got 1 running back offset to his right. Takes the bell tie snap, hands off to Pavelko. It's Pavelko off the left side edge. Spin move around, going to be wrapped up by a trio of Harrisburg Tigers, but not before Pavelko picks up 5 on the outside carry.
And, you commented earlier, he's hungry. He's been out all year. He had his surgery back in the summer and everything, and this second game back dressing. He wants to play football. That he's an athlete. I will tell you that. You know that.
Absolutely.
Oh, that young man is he's a stud. He's an athlete. If he can get hot tonight, watch out.
So Gorman will come back out now, 3 receivers to the right side, 1 to the left. It's still Pavelko in the backfield next to Schlimgen. Schlimgen takes the snap, looks to his right, fires over the middle. Pass is tipped and nearly could have been intercepted. I believe that was number 40, Cade Larson. Larson batted that ball out of the air. It was intended for Riedel, however fell incomplete.
3rd and long.
3rd down and long. It's 3rd and 6. Some crowd noise being pumped in here from Harrisburg. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Schlimgen out of the gun. He's got Pavelko once again offset in the backfield to the right. Bleachers are shaking right now at Harrisburg High School. Schlimgen drops back to pass. He'll now keep up the left side. He's going to run around the corner, get tripped up just shy of the first down marker. They'll give him to the 35, needed the 37, and they'll send out the punting unit for O'Gorman.
Harder, he stayed home, defensive end. He stayed home for the Tigers, and he contained. And Nice tackle, and he came up about 1.5 yards short, and probably 2 yards where they marked it.
3 and out for O'Gorman. Picked up 8 yards on the drive. However, Harrisburg, that batted down ball by Cade Larson was the story of that drive right there. Larson got his hands extended on a pass intended for Riedel, knocked it down to the ground. So now on 4th and 2, Struck will be out to punt for the Knights. He'll have his feet planted on the 19-yard line. 2 guys back to return for Harrisburg. It's a high, wobbly snap. Struck's got to hurry to get this one off. Sends a ball all the way down to the 15-yard line. It's going to roll out of bounds at the 12. They may give it to 13. Nope, they're going to mark it out at the 12. A nice punt there by Struck from his own 20 down to the 12-yard line.
Did you see how windy the back judge blew his hat off?
Yeah.
He had to run up and get his cap and stuff. So it's pretty dang windy down there, folks.
So Harrisburg will come back out for their second drive of the ball game. Last drive was a successful 80-yard touchdown drive, highlighted by the 65-yard scamper down the right sideline by quarterback Jacob Knuth. Harrisburg, however, will start this drive from their own 12-yard line. They've got 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, and a tight end on each side. Handoff up the middle. He's going to break through 1 tackle. He'll be wrapped up by Riedel. Ball is put on the ground. O'Gorman says they have it. And
yes.
they do.
Yes. How did he get through that line like that?
Stuckel right on top of the football. That ball was popped out by O'Gorman. I believe it was Clayton on the carry for Harrisburg. And now O'Gorman will have tremendous field position to start the second drive of the game at the 25-yard line. 1st and 10 for O'Gorman. Stucco, the lone receiver on the left side, a trio of receivers of Struck, Riedel, and Huners on the right. Pavelko still offset behind in the running back position to the right of Schlimgen. Schlimgen will come out of the gun, 1st and 10. He'll drop back to pass, fire one over to Pavelko, who bounces out of his hand and incomplete. Ball went forward, it's incomplete. And now it's 2nd down and 10.
But here you have to execute. Here we got it. You know, we're just about in the red zone. We're at the 25-yard line. They just fumbled. It's time to take that shot and tie this game up.
This is one of those situations where you're not going to be able to kick many field goals tonight. You got to start moving these chains here early and take advantage of the field position, like you said.
Well, you get the wind behind you here. So I mean, Nelson could, hit this one easy, but I'd rather see it go in the end zone.
Same formation for the Knights once again. Schlimgen out of the gun. He looks back drops back to throw. He's got pressure right up in his face, and he's going to get nailed. 27 was the first one to get to him. That was Tynan Long.
Wow, that was fast.
Tynan Long got to him first, and Aiden Viox was the second one to clean up the tackle. And it'll bring up 3rd down and 19 for O'Gorman. Ball will be on the 34-yard line. The Knights have got to pick up some chunk yardage here in order to maybe get into field goal position. Otherwise, be able to have a manageable 4th down. Schlimgen out of the gun, 2 receivers to each side. He'll fire a ball over the middle to Riedel. This one's caught. Riedel picks up a nice chunk of yardage. They're going to give him about 16 yards. He's going to be 3 yards shy of the 1st down marker. Ball is placed on the 18, so they need 3 yards here. It's 4th down and 3. Schlimgen completes his first pass of the game for 16 yards. He's 1 of 3 so far.
Looks like they're going to kick.
And O'Gorman looks like they're going to send out the field goal unit, so Andrew Nelson will probably come on to kick. Actually, it's going to be Riedel kicking for the Knights. Riedel was the kicker last week due to Nelson's absence, and it looks like Riedel will continue to kick again. Riedel was the ex-soccer player before joining the football team this season.
Oh, it's a good kicker.
So the field goal attempt from Riedel. Snap, hold, kick is going to be up, and it is good. So Riedel buries the field goal. And with 6:45 left here in the first quarter, the Tigers lead the Knights 7-3 after a field goal by Zach Riedel. You're listening to Real Presence Radio Network. Don't go anywhere.
Sioux Equipment Company can fix, sell, and repair gas pumps, tanks, and air compressors. They offer sales and services for lifts, signs, decals, and tank truck equipment in Sioux Falls and the surrounding areas. Sioux Equipment Company is located at 1310 East 39th Street in Sioux Falls, just off of East Benson Road. They can be reached by calling 605-334-1653. Again, that number is 605-334-1653.
Did you know you can listen to the RPR network when you're on the go? Just search for Real Presence Radio in your app store. Listen live to any station across the network at any time, so you can stay connected to your local community from wherever you are. Plus, if you miss a program, the Real Presence Radio app is your one-stop shop for local and national podcasts, including our signature show, Real Presence Live. The Real Presence Radio app, with you every step of your faith journey.
Welcome back to Harrisburg High School. Nelson sends the kickoff to the back of the end zone and a touchback for Harrisburg. So it'll be first down and 10. The ball will be placed right on the 20-yard line. And Harrisburg will get their third possession of the ball game. Last possession, the fumble on the ground by Anders Clayton that was recovered immediately by Sam Stukel. Gave the Knights good field position. They lost a lot of yardage on a sack, however, got it all back on third down, and on fourth down, they elected to kick a 41-yard field goal that was made by Zach Riedel to bring the score to 7-3. 6:45 left here in the first quarter. Knuth will come out of the gun. He's got two running backs offset to each side of him this time. Knuth will take the snap, drops back to throw. It's a quick slant to the outside. It's going to be caught by Walter on the left side. He's going to get about a yard or two is all, and it'll bring up second down and 8. A quick screen to the receiver. Walter tackled by Struck. 2 yards on the pickup there for Harrisburg, and it'll be second down and 8.
I got an update on Sioux Falls Lincoln playing Rapid City Central at the half. Lincoln 51, Central Goose Egg.
Knuth back out of the gun. This time he'll hand off up the middle. The carry is Gavin Ross, and he'll rumble down near the 50-yard line all the way down to the 48.
Nice run.
So Harrisburg is just kind of plowing right through the line with ease, picking up chunk yardage after chunk yardage on the ground so far. Even the fumble play, he was 10 yards down the field before he was hit. This time Ross was about 7 or 8 yards down the field before a linebacker even got a sniff of him.
Great blocking by the Tigers.
Out of the full house set, they'll turn back to hand off to Clayton, who will bounce around the left side. He makes a move. Clayton down the sideline. He's got room to run. It'll be towards the pylon. Clayton's going to be knocked out of bounds as he reaches for the pylon.
They gave it.
Touchdown, Harrisburg.
They gave it to him, no.
Anders Clayton, who dove for the pylon, gets into the end zone. That was a 52-yard touchdown run by Clayton, and Harrisburg is back on the board.
I thought he was out there about the 1.
I think he had it. I think his foot,
yeah.
I think he dove from about the 2-yard line, reached his arm across, and got into the end zone.
He was doing the pro move. Nice run.
So on to attempt the extra point is Bryce Soley for Harrisburg. 13-3, pending the extra point here. Soley's extra point is up, and it is good. That thing sailed about 10 yards over the top of the uprights and in. Wow. So with 5:32 left here in the first quarter, the Harrisburg Tigers lead the ball game 14-3. We'll be back with more Knights football here on Real Presence Radio Network.
Real Presence Radio is now on Google Assistant devices, including Google Home, phones, tablets, and smart displays. To start this action, say something like, "Okay, Google, talk to Real Presence Radio." It will then ask what station you want to play, to which you can respond, "Play Sioux Falls," or "Play AM 970," or "Play WWEN. From there, you can use words like play, pause, and stop. Listen to RPR anytime, anywhere, now on Google Assistant devices.
Welcome back to Harrisburg High School, where the Tigers lead the Knights 14-3 here in the first quarter. 5:32 left in the first quarter. The Knights struggling a little bit so far defensively. Harrisburg, 2 massive touchdown runs are the difference right now. A 65-yard run by Jacob Knuth on the first drive of the game. The third drive of the game was Anders Clayton, 52 yards right down the left sideline. Both of these have been down the sidelines and just been foot races where Harrisburg has won both. Schwab will recover the kick that kind of bounced around near the 30-yard line. He falls at the 28, and that is where the Knights will take over offensively.
You know, and you can see how hard that ball is, how cold that is. And for Schwab to kind of hit him a couple times and bounce to grab it and stuff, and he did the smart move and just laid right down on it. So you got to protect it. So that would have been critical if we'd have turned that over.
So the Knights will send out 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. It's Struck alone on the right side, and 1 tight end in for O'Gorman. That's Alpers. Fakes the give, throws it out to Riedel on the wide receiver screen. Riedel will break through a tackle, lunge forward, and pick up about 7 yards on the play. Nice pitch and catch there from Schlimgen to Riedel. Picks up 7 yards on first down, and it'll be 2nd and 3.
7 yards on the pass play, 2nd down and 3 for the Knights.
You know, Harrisburg's reading the pass very, very well.
Here we are again. It's going to be Struck, the lone receiver on the right side. It looks like man coverage out there from number 16, Evan Henderson. They'll give it up the middle this time to Schwab. Schwab will bounce around a couple tackles and then gets pushed backwards at the end of the play. He's going to be just shy of the first down marker, about a half a yard short, and it'll bring up 3rd down and short.
I'm sorry, that was a bad spot. They didn't give him forward progress on that one. And he was digging in. He was digging in to get that extra yard for that first down. He knew where the line was.
O'Gorman needs about a half a yard here to keep the drive alive. Schlimgen out of the gun. He's got Schwab offset to his right. He'll take the snap, give to Schwab up the middle. Schwab bounces around. He's going to have the first down this time. Forward progress has him at the 40-yard line. The Knights will move the chains and pick up a first down. So Schwab picks up 2 and a first down for the Knights. The drive continues. Ball is at the 40-yard line. 4:04 left here in the first quarter. Knights trail by 11. The score is 14-3. Will be interesting to see here if O'Gorman decides to air it out with a final 3:50 left of the first quarter with the wind at their back before they switch directions here.
I'd get it down a little bit more. Another first down and then take a shot.
Schlimgen will come out of the gun. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Schlimgen has Schwab offset to his right. He takes the snap, will look to pass. He's got pressure up in his face. He's got to get rid of it. He'll run around the left side. He now has a defender right in his face and gets buried out of bounds. Have to get rid of that ball if you're Tegan Schlimgen there. He had a receiver coming open at the last second, then had a defender in his face and couldn't quite get it off before he gets knocked out of bounds. Only about a 4-yard loss, however, on the sack. It'll be 2nd down and 14 for the Knights.
You see him, he turned. He wanted to get rid of it. He wanted to. What's that feel like when all of a sudden you rush out of the pocket like that, and all of a sudden like, oh my gosh.
You know what? You sounds cheesy, but just kind of flick that thing with your fingertips out of bounds, and you're out of the pocket. You don't have to have a receiver in the area when you're scrambling outside of the pocket. He just ditches that out of bounds. It's 2nd down and 10.
You don't lose the 4 yards.
Schlimgen will roll out this time. He's got Alpers, who bobbles it at first, then hauls in the reception. However, he only gets 2 yards, is met immediately and swiped down at the legs.
So he'll be
Carter Barenfoos on the tackle there for Harrisburg. It'll be 3rd down and 12. Ball is at the 38-yard line.
Under 3 minutes to go in the first quarter here.
A designed roll out there. You don't see that much from O'Gorman and Tegan Schlimgen, but that time they tried to roll him out and toss it over to Alpers, who got upended right away by Barenfoos. 2 receivers to each side here on 3rd down. Running back offset to the left. Schlimgen out of the gun. He'll take the snap, look over to Schwab. He'll throw a quick screen pass to Schwab, bounces off his fingertips, then he hauls it in, gets about 7 yards down to the 45-yard line. And O'Gorman is going to be faced with a 4th and 5, and they'll send out the punting unit once again. So another quick possession for O'Gorman, and that'll bring out the punting unit. Ball is at the 45-yard line.
Second punt of the night.
Number 10, Caitlin Hudson, and number 15, Lincoln Carlson. Set to kick for the Knights, number 26, Emmanuel Struck.
Struck on to punt for the Knights. His feet are on the 29-yard line. 2 return men back for Harrisburg once again. Struck steps into this punt. It looks like it may have been tipped. Gets to the 30-yard line. They might give him the 29. They do give him the 29, and that's where it goes out of bounds. And Harrisburg will send the offense back out once again. 2 for 3 on their first 3 possessions. 2 long touchdown runs by Knuth and Clayton, and a fumble on their second possession. So other than the fumble, O'Gorman has not been able to stop Harrisburg so far offensively.
You know, people are asking, they're texting me, how come you're not on the app? How come you're not on the radio? But we're only on YouTube, so if anybody wants to know where we're at, we're only on Real Presence Radio YouTube, Sioux Falls.
Clayton on the carry off the left side of the tackle. He'll get about a half a yard. They're going to give him actually a yard and a half this time.
2 yards on the carry.
Second down and 8 for the Tigers.
That's about where they were in that first drive.
Harrisburg's receivers never join the huddle back there. They're just automatically lined up getting their routes sent in from another coach. Knuth will be out of the gun, running back offset to his left. It's Clayton. He gives to Clayton up the middle. Clayton bounces off the first tackler. He's going to be wrapped up by Schwab. Shy of the first down marker. He gains about 4 yards, maybe 5. It'll be 3rd down and 3.
5 yards on the carry. Moves the ball out for the
Timeout by O'Gorman. So O'Gorman may be trying to save one last shot at the end zone or make Harrisburg punt into the wind before the flip at the end of the quarter.
That's what I would think. If they can hold them here at 3rd and short and punt, 56 seconds under a minute here, and we can hold them, and they'll be punting into the wind, so we get good field position.
So the story of the first quarter so far has been out of 3 drives for Harrisburg, they've converted on 2 50-plus yard touchdown runs, both down the right sideline, where they came through the middle and then bounced it outside after the corners had been kind of either blocked out of the way or sucked into the run game. And they bounce it outside, and it's been costly so far for the Knights defensively.
And Harrisburg is a pretty fast team, like you said. They're quick, and we saw that in the 2 of the 3 possessions, 2 touchdowns and 1 fumble, and haven't had much for passing here. It's all been running for the ground for the Tigers. And they're talking they want to adjust the clock, looks like. You can adjust the clock to 59 seconds, sounds like. Put 3 back on, yep.
So 59 seconds left here in the first quarter. They adjust the clock at 3 seconds to the remainder of the quarter. 3rd down and 3 for the Tigers. This would be a huge stop for the Knights defensively. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Knuth will throw a quick screen over the middle. He's going to be stopped short. Rollinger had the reception. He's going to be stopped about a yard short by a herd of Knights. A nice job defensively for O'Gorman.
4th and 1.
It'll bring up 4th down and 1.
Nice stop there by the Knights. They needed that.
Harrisburg comes out quickly. They go onto the line here. Watch for a quarterback sneak right up the middle with Knuth. Line up over the ball. It's going to be Knuth, and we are offsides before the play even started.
Yep, so they're going to take it back.
Yikes.
I mean, that's where the Knights have to be ready for that. I mean, that's good coaching by Harrisburg to then encroachment on the defense.
Yep, offsides. A nose tackle lined up right over the face of the football. That's just got to be a little bit better discipline there from O'Gorman. That's one of those costly mental mistakes that you can't be having. I'm not sure if he would have had it.
I don't think he would have. I think they held him up.
Tough way to give up a first down there. So now 22 seconds left in the first quarter. Full house set for O'Gorman. New quarterback into the game. Going to be wrapped up. I believe that was Quinn Dunham in on the tackle there for the Knights. And it was, and that'll be the rest of the quarter. So Jack Teagan was in there for that last snap at quarterback for the Tigers. So at the end of one, the Harrisburg Tigers lead 14-3 over the O'Gorman Knights here at Harrisburg High School. Stay tuned for the remainder of the ball game in the second quarter after the break. You're listening to Real Presence Radio Network.
At First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card, we believe the greatest investment we can make is in our customers and communities. Thanks to our industry-leading service, products, and tools, we're helping our customers reach their financial goals and achieve success. Through the generosity of our employees and leadership, we're able to support nearly 700 South Dakota organizations and nonprofits with our time, money, and resources. At Premier, we're always seeking ways to make an impact for good by investing in what matters most to you. It's the Premier way.
Searching for more great Catholic content? Visit our website at yourcatholicradiostation.com. Find Catholic news you can trust, information about events coming up in your local area, and the latest on what's happening at the RPR network. And don't forget that you can listen to any of our stations around the clock from anywhere in the world. Need prayers for someone or something in your life? You can submit those through our online form for the entire family to pray for. Real Presence Radio, online at yourcatholicradiostation.com.
Knuth is incomplete. It was intended for Teagan. So it'll bring up 3rd down and 11 now for the Harrisburg Tigers. Quick score update. Brookings leads the Yankton Bucks 14-0 over in Brookings right now.
Home
the number
field.
1 team Bucks on the road at Brookings. Another encroachment against the defense here. I think that's going to go against...
Yeah. Benson's lined right up over the middle, I think.
So that one will be charged to Benson, and it'll be 3rd down and 6.
You see him, he put his hand out, he's like, crying, I don't want to do this, and his kind of gravity gave way.
That's twice now on this drive that O'Gorman's been lined up across the ball. Clayton on the carry, he's going to be well short of the 1st down. Met by Jacob Schwab right up the middle. He's going to get about a yard, maybe. No gain on the play instead. It'll be 4th down and 5 for the Tigers. Ball is at the 48-yard line. They need to get to the other 47.
And a wind to their back, so they're going to go for it.
Harrisburg will come out, 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. 2 running backs offset of Knuth in the backfield. Knights need a stop here more than ever. They'll send Clayton in motion to join a 3-receiver trio on the right side. Knuth will roll out. He's got no one open at the moment. He's going to have to take off and run with it well short of the 1st down as he runs out of bounds, and that'll do a stop there for the Knights defensively, and it'll be a turnover on downs. The Knights will take over the football at the 47-yard line of Harrisburg. A nice stand there by the defense.
Defense stepped up there.
Love to see that.
Good field position now on the 47.
So Schwab will come into the huddle here late. He'll probably be the running back in set for O'Gorman offensively. It'll be Schlimgen at quarterback. Huners instruct the receivers to the right and to the left. And here comes that pistol formation, that full house. It's going to be Schwab, Pavelko, Stukel, and Schlimgen in the backfield. Schlimgen will take the give off to Pavelko, who rolls around the right side. He's going to be wrapped up from behind. I believe that was number 27, Timon Long. So Long gets to Pavelko from behind, 2-yard loss. 2nd down and 12, ball on the 49-yard line right hash.
You know, everybody pulls to the right like that. I mean, you gotta do your job out there at the lineman, protect and block, and and they let that defense sneak in them gaps. And
same formation here for O'Gorman. Schlimgen will come out of that pistol formation. Full house in the backfield, 2 receivers to each side. 2nd down and 12. The give up the middle this time to Schwab. Schwab will bounce around a couple tackles, then run right over one fall forward. He's going to be a yard short of the first down, off the left side of the line, following the pulling guard, picking up 11 yards on the ground. It's 3rd down and 1. Jacob Schwab, a nice carry up the middle.
The ref out in the field, I think, gave him a 1st down, and the line judge here comes in on a little bit shy. So
Miscommunication going on here.
between them. Watch that next time, where he spots the ball and everything.
3rd down and 1. Full house backfield once again for the Knights. It's going to be Schlimgen out of the pistol. He'll take the snap. He'll give up the middle to Schwab. Schwab will try to bounce around. Nothing doing. He's going to be stopped just short. Gain of nothing.
I'd go for
Gavin Gulbranson gets the tackle on the play.
I'd go for it here.
Gavin Gulbranson, the younger brother of Grady Gulbranson, a good baseball player for O'Gorman. In 2 years ago, I believe, Grady came over from Harrisburg to O'Gorman. His brother didn't want to make the switch with him.
And here they are. They're going for it. 4th and 1.
4th down and 1 for O'Gorman. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Schlimgen will give up the middle to Schwab. Schwab is met right at the line of scrimmage. No movement whatsoever for the Knights, and they'll turn it over on downs again. Another stand there for Harrisburg.
They're looking it over.
They're
looking it over. Are they going to measure? I think they're going to measure. Let's see. The white hat's looking down.
Knights offense is staying on the field right now.
I think they might call for a measurement. No, they're giving it. Not even going to measure.
And the Tigers take over, 1st and 10.
So turnover there for the Knights. They'll send out the defense now. Harrisburg's offense already on the field. First and 10 for the Tigers. It'll be Knuth in the shotgun. He'll fake and now keep up the right side. Knuth is going to roll around up the middle, be brought down across the 50, down past the 45. He's going to be brought down at the 42-yard line. Tanner Payton on the tackle there for the Knights.
Looks like he just about fumbled the ball there after the snap there. Snap was off.
High snap, had a little bit of trouble with it, then took off up the middle on the design quarterback keeper. Nearly could have broke another one. There was only Struck on the right side. Struck kind of bounced him back towards the middle, and then there was a herd of Knights waiting for him. But if you would have kept going on that right side, might have had more green grass to run with. This time a give to Clayton off the left side. Clayton wrapped up by Schwab. Nice tackle there by Schwab, but Clayton will get 5 yards once again. It'll bring up 2nd down and 5.
See, they got Peters back in his nose now. Matt's going both ways like Schwab and them, and so I'm sure Matt needs to get a breather now and then. So that last set he was out.
Harrisburg will come out of the gun. 2 receivers to the right, tight end on the right side as well. 1 receiver to the left, and Clayton in the backfield. They'll give to Clayton up the middle. Nothing doing this time. Gain of a half a yard. Alpers on the tackle there for the Knights.
1-yard carry brings up 3rd and 4 for the Tigers.
3rd down and 4. Harrisburg ball at the 36-yard line of the O'Gorman Knights. 7:49 left here in the second quarter.
Boy, Knuth's going to run all the way across the field, talk to his coach for 2 seconds, and run back.
Knuth will come out of the gun. He's got Clayton offset to the left, 1 receiver to the left, and 3 to the right. 3rd down and 4. Knuth will take the snap, look over to the right side. He'll fire a swing pass over on the right side. He's going to be short by about a yard, I believe. That was Lincoln Carlson on the reception. They're going to give him the first down.
No. Are you... I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wow, folks. I'm blind.
Trifocals.
Wow.
Trifocals.
He wasn't... Anyway.
Knuth out of the gun. 2 running backs offset to each side. This is going to be a give this time to Ross. Ross is going to be stuffed for a gain of nothing, maybe even a loss of a yard. It'll be 2nd down.
Good stand there. Clock continues to run under 7 minutes, coming up on 6.5. 14-3 to go in the second quarter.
Second and 11 for the Tigers.
No, 56 is Ratzlaff now.
What is it?
It's Ratzlaff. Nate Ratzlaff switched his numbers, so he's on the offensive line now.
And Knuth keeps it, and he gets sacked. Loss of 2.
Nate Ratzlaff was originally number 44. Now he's 56.
We're talking to the PA announcer up here, folks.
Sorry about that, folks. Had to inform the PA announcer of the number change there from Ratzlaff.
Went to college with his dad.
Third down and 12 here for Harrisburg. They'll come out of the gun once again. 2 running backs offset to each side of Knuth. He'll drop back to pass. Roll out to his right, or excuse me, to his left. There's going to be a holding on the Harrisburg line.
Oh!
And he gets buried out of bounds by Anders Maticek. These are going to be offsetting penalties after a late hit there out of bounds. Whoa.
And the coach is not happy with him. He clotheslined him. That was not a good play. That was not a good hit.
Maticek has to understand that, especially on a third down like that, tuck your pride away and just kind of let him walk out of bounds there. I don't care if you want to be known as the hard hitter. That's a tough scenario to be in, especially you got to know the situation of third down and long. You could have given them a free first down there. However, it's going to be a holding here, so it will be offsetting penalties. We'll wait for official word from the referee to see exactly what's going on.
They still might. Will they give him that because it's?
It could be first down, but the yardage will not be tacked on.
Yeah, that's what I'm going. First down, but the yardage won't. Yep. I believe that's what they're going to do.
Flag is holding against the Tigers. Heroes Live, my bad. I just switched the camera. 10 yards from the spot of the foul.
No mic on the referee. Sportsmanlike.
So they'll back it up on the holding. Then they'll give it 15 yards from the holding spot, and they'll keep the third down. So that makes sense because it'll be backed up. And then since it was a personal foul, it's technically not an offsetting penalty. It didn't happen on the same play. The personal foul would overrule that. They'll move it 15 yards from that spot. It'll now be third down and 9. So we'll replay the down, just 3 yards closer this time for Knuth and the Tigers. Knuth will fake the give, look to throw over the middle. High pass, incomplete. That was intended for Rollinger, off the fingertips and incomplete. It'll be fourth down and 9. Ball is on the 30-yard line. Harrisburg might as well just go for this one.
And Zach just about intercepted that.
If Rollinger doesn't get a hand on that, that might wind up in the hands of Riedel.
Yeah. So Harrisburg's got some movement here.
We're staying with wide here.
They are going to kick. They're going with the field goal.
They're going with a long field goal attempt here.
48.
Ball's on the 31-yard line, so it'll be a 48-yard field goal attempt here for the Tigers.
With the wind to his back. That's probably a record here.
Wind at the back of the kicker here for the Tigers. High snap, good hold. The kick is up. It looks like it's got the leg. However, it's going to be too much to the right. Wide right, no good. However, had plenty of leg. That was Bryce solely on the kick there for Harrisburg. And the Knights will take over offensively. Solid kick there for Harrisburg. However, it just sailed a little bit to the right.
Nice leg.
So the Knights will take over at the 20-yard line on the field goal attempt there for Harrisburg. They kind of might as well just do that. If you can boot it far enough and send it into the end zone, it'd be essentially like a punt. But, hey, you can gamble and pick up those points in high school anyway.
Now we're going into the wind.
5:35 left here in the half. Schlingen will throw back on the screen to Pavelko. Pavelko will spin around one defender, then be met by quite a few. Huners kind of missed the block over there on the left side, and the cornerback came free. Was the first one to get to Pavelko. Pavelko spun around him, and then Gulbranson wrapped up the tackle.
If Harry would have got him, if Harry would have got his block, he'd have picked up some yards.
So it'll be 2nd down and 5 for O'Gorman. Ball is on their own 25-yard line. 5:03 left here in the second quarter. The Knights could put this into the end zone, take the ball to start the second half, and could be back in business. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. It's Schlimgen out of the gun. A little bit of movement there for Harrisburg. However, he did not cross the plane. Schlimgen's got pressure up in his face. He actually avoids the sack, scrambles down the left side, will pick up about 2 or 3 yards and be about 2 yards short of the first down. That might be the first time this season that I've seen Schlimgen break the grasp of that defender.
He was stuck in there. He was like in the can of sardines, and he got out of there. He escaped. He got out of the escape room. How did he get out of there?
What's funny about that is that in the NFL now, they might say that's in the grasp and then call him down.
Yeah.
So Schlimgen escapes on 2nd down. It's now 3rd down and 3.
Come on, let's get the
Knights need 3 yards here. They need to get to the 30. They're on the 27. Snap, handoff to Pavelko. He'll fall forward for plenty more than the first down. Got tripped up at the last second. Looked like he was upset that he got tripped up. Could have maybe busted it off for some more yardage. However, he picks up 6 on 3rd down and 3. The Knights will move the chains, get a fresh set of downs, and the ball is at the 33-yard line.
Under 4 minutes to go, 14-3. Harrisburg Tigers on top here with left in the second quarter.
Schlimgen will come out of the gun. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. It's Pavelko again in the backfield. Schlimgen drops back to pass. He's got Pavelko on the right side. The running back screen / swing pass to the right side will pick up about 7 yards there to Pavelko. Good perimeter blocking. Pass took a little bit of time to get there, so the defenders were able to come up, but not before Pavelko got 7 yards.
But there, he commits himself. He looks, if Teagan looked the other way, and he's committing himself right away to the defense.
Yeah, if you can look off those defenders and just hold that linebacker or hold that safety for a couple more seconds.
I'm not seeing that he's doing that.
Schlimgen will take the snap, hand off to Pavelko up the middle. Pavelko bounces off 1 tackle, then will lunge forward. He's going to be really close to the first down marker.
I think they'll give it to him.
I think they're going to give it to him. He got to the 43-yard line. It'll move the chains, and that's another first down for O'Gorman. So back-to-back first downs. They continue to move the chains. It's now going to be 1st and 10 from the 43-yard line. 2:50 left here in the second quarter, and the Knights are moving the football.
And the Knights have 2 timeouts left this half here.
3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. It's Stuckel alone on the right side. Schlimgen will take the snap. Gives to Schwab up the middle. Schwab gets tackled right away, but falls forward to the 45-yard line. So Schwab will pick up 2 yards on the carry.
Harrisburg is moving their boys' defensive guys in and out. They're rotating a lot, giving them guys a break. And
so it'll be 2nd down and 8 here for O'Gorman. Ball is on the 45-yard line. Expect Popping to try to use the remainder of this quarter and either take the touchdown into the half, the field goal into the half perhaps, or otherwise hopefully just sit on it and wind out the rest of the half. You don't want to give Harrisburg another shot with a 2-score lead already. A stop-and-go route, nothing doing over there. Stuckel nearly came back to the ball. There was double coverage out on the right side to Stuckel. He nearly came back and caught it. It didn't look like the best option there, as it was a quick stop-and-go route, and the Harrisburg cornerback was all over it.
Well, when you throw in the double coverage, as you know, you look for that, but especially in the wind like this, where that ball gets up there, it's going to stop it in its tracks.
It allowed the safety to come over and play the ball in the air as well, so a tough throw there.
That's a very hard throw. You're thrown into traffic like that, it makes me really
Good look
nervous.
at a quick pass here to Struck over the middle. However, they're going to roll down that opposite safety. That ball is thrown to the outside. Huners was the intended target. It's going to sail out of bounds and incomplete. So 1:39 left, and O'Gorman will be forced to punt now.
And he'll give Harrisburg plenty of time with the wind here left in the first half. 1:39. He needs to keep this ball low.
Hudson and Carlson back deep to return for the Tigers. Struck on to punt for the Knights. Shoes on the 30-yard line. Good snap this time. Struck will step into it, send a spinner right down to the 36-yard line. That was a line drive off the foot, a hard ball right now to kick. That thing nearly got blocked.
Yeah.
Guys are in his face right now, and that thing nearly got blocked based on the trajectory of the ball there.
How do you get that ball out? I thought he was kicking right into their jerseys there, the way he was. I mean, they're coming fast and hard.
Yeah, it's tough to kick that in that situation, especially in the cold. This ball in the wind, you got to make sure you're dropping it on your foot correctly. It's a lot harder than it looks.
So minute 32 for Harrisburg, and they got the ball on the 36-yard line. Excuse me.
Harrisburg will come out of the gun, 3 receivers to the right. Knuth will drop back to pass. He'll send a ball down the sideline. It's going to be picked off by Struck. He runs down the right sideline. An interception for Manny Struck, and the Knights will take possession of the football. Struck read that play right over the top.
He lollygagged back here, excuse me, but he knew what was coming, and he read that, and he just snuck up in there, and Knuth didn't see him come over, and he just nabbed that right out of the air.
Textbook play there by Struck to read that as he saw the go route on the outside beat the corner. He just kind of sat around and waited for that ball to be floating there, came off and cut it off from underneath, picked it off and returned it back the other way. Nice play there by Struck to get the Knights possession of the football back. It's first down and 10. Ball is on the 42-yard line of the Harrisburg Tigers. The give to Pavelko on the edge. Pavelko's got room to run. He's going to be wrapped up from behind. About 3 or 4 yards possibly on the carry. 1:14 left. The clock is running. O'Gorman's got to get to the line and run a play. They're going to have a packed set of plays here.
And 2 timeouts left.
Schlimgen will be out of the gun. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Once again, same formation with Pavelko in the backfield. He drops back to throw. He's got Riedel over the middle, wide open. Riedel rumbles down to the 20-yard line. It'll be a first down for Zach Riedel and the Knights. Now the Knights are moving the ball once again. The clock will stop for the chains to set and continue to move.
Nobody picked him up. He just stood out there all by himself. He was in great play. Good coverage by the Tigers.
Schlimgen will give it this time to Pavelko. Pavelko off the edge is going to get wrapped up and expect a timeout here from Poppinga. Poppinga will take a timeout. 39 seconds left here in the first quarter, or in the second quarter, first half. So the Knights are moving the football here. A couple quick chunk plays getting them yardage after the Struck interception on the throw from Knuth. It was intended for Rollinger on the left sideline.
No, that was Connor was trying to get outside. He knew he had to get out of bounds to stop the clock, and that's now they're on the left hash. So watch them use this sideline here. A quick.
Tough to kick a field goal into this side of the field. So,
but we got the leg to do it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah,
it'll be interesting to see what our plan of attack here is if we try to throw on the side, or if we expect them to take away the perimeter, maybe throw over the middle and try to get that first down to stop the clock.
Well, that's what I would go for, the shoot the end
home run ball.
Home run ball, and it's second down here, so do the home run ball here and then do a quick out on the 10 and get the first down and step out. So.
If I could think into the mind of Coach Poppinga right now, I think what we might see.
You played for him, so you
what
can,
we might
you can
see
do that.
Is either a quick throw over the middle expecting to get that first down, or something over the middle where we can get immediately back onto the ball and run a second play. I don't think that we're going to throw it out to the perimeter of the long side of the field.
No, you can use the short side.
We could throw it to the short side, but if we don't see that, we might see something over the middle, either a run up the middle, which they might not be expecting. I see we got Schwab in the backfield, maybe a quick pop route over the middle to Struck, and then try to line up right on the ball and run another play.
That's right. They have to be quick if they don't get it.
Schlimgen will come out of the gun. Looks to his left. He'll give it up the middle to Schwab. Schwab will run around. He's going to pick up about 3 or 4 yards. The Knights will get ready to run a play right away again.
They already called it. They're going right to the line.
Play is set. 30 seconds on the clock. The Knights have it third down. Need to pick up a first down here or get close enough for a fourth down conversion. They'll throw it to Riedel again. Riedel will pick up the first down and a little bit more. Gets down to the 6-yard line. Clock will stop momentarily. And a timeout for O'Gorman.
That's his last timeout.
So 17. I think what we're going to see is a couple shots at the end zone.
Oh, you have to.
Into the end zone, nothing really short of it. And then if they can't convert, have that field goal attempt to end the half. Nice play there, kind of like a pick route there. Runs two receivers from the outside straight up the field. The inside receiver struck to the outside and then had Riedel come run back below.
Kind of like he did 3 plays ago.
Yep.
Kind of like they probably ran the same play.
Must have seen something in film this week from Harrisburg, the way that their technique is on those safeties. They might be able to get those underneath routes with that drag concept, having the receiver kind of rub off of the safety, causing him to run around him. And instead of a switch happening, they're probably just playing man out there, and it's tough to cover.
So you got the ball, you got first down in the red zone on the 7-yard line. You got 4 shots, okay? 17 seconds. Some quick shots to the corners. You know, you got 4 shots here. And the best part is that Harrisburg defense has been on the field for the last 2-3 minutes, and start of the second half, O'Gorman gets the ball.
You got to expect Poppinga here to give them the lay of the land with telling them if we do not get into the end zone, that ball is up to the line and either spiked on the ground, or if it's like a yard short, maybe just take a quick fade shot to the corner. But if the ball is not put in the end zone, everybody on the line needs to get in the end zone. You can't fake an injury here. You can't do anything to stop the clock. It'll be a runoff. You got to get that clock stopped.
It's execution by all 11 players right here. Everybody's got to be together.
So the Knights will come out, 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. It's Stuckel, the lone receiver, Struck, Riedel, and Huners are the other 3 on the right side. Schlimgen will get ready to take a snap. Throw a quick pass over to Pavelko. Pavelko will run down the right side. Pavelko's going to get wrapped up out of bounds. The clock's going to continue to run. They got to get up to set the chains here. The ref is going to run the ball and flips it to the other referee. There's 4 seconds left on the clock. The Knights are going to have to get this snap off. Schlimgen, 2 seconds, 1 second. The snap is off. Schlimgen will throw a back shoulder throw. It's caught in the end zone by Sam Stuckel, who slams the ball into the turf. The Knights score as the clock expires in the first half.
Wow, that was quick. Good ball execution by the Knights there.
So it was Pavelko running down the right side of the field, lunged for that extra effort, got marked down in bounds. The Knights hustle up to the line, get the snap off at the second mark, throw a back shoulder fade. Stuckel got his hands on the football, held on to it as he fell to the turf, got up in excitement, slammed it down, and the Knights have a chance here to cut it to 4. Pending the extra point from Riedel. Riedel sends the extra point through the uprights and good. So that'll do it for the first half. The Harrisburg Tigers lead 14-10 over the O'Gorman Knights. Stay tuned for the halftime show here on Real Presence Radio Network. We will be back after the break.
Whether you need to be fitted with eyeglasses or contact lenses, or you need a comprehensive eye exam, Barnett Vision Clinic in Sioux Falls utilizes the latest technology and treatments available. Barnett Vision Clinic offers a wide selection of eye care products, including sunwear, eyewear, and contact lenses to fit your specific eye care needs. Barnett Vision Clinic offers a same-day pay for patients without vision coverage. Their number is 605-335-7757 or online at barnettvisionclinic.com.
Closets and More can help define the most important areas inside and around your home. As a locally owned business, our quality, craftsmanship, and service are very important. Closets and More will create functionality in your problem areas, such as your master closet, pantry, and garage. They can help you transform your space into a truly custom area that fits your lifestyle. Closets and More can be reached at 334-5135, or you can follow us on Facebook or go online to closetsandmoresd.com.
Your family is depending on you to provide financial security for them. The Knights of Columbus can help you with insurance solutions such as disability income, long-term care, both term and whole life, annuities, retirement, and estate planning services. Join the Knights of Columbus today at kofc.org/join us for access to all these insurance services. Call Jeff Gillen at 605-759-7204. That's 605-759-7204.
Real Presence Radio will be broadcasting and video streaming defending state champion Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights football games both home and away this fall. Have your business's radio spot heard across the radio, YouTube video stream, mobile app, and RPR website during all of our O'Gorman football broadcasts and reach a dedicated listening audience of potentially over 3,000 viewers. If your business would like to sponsor our O'Gorman football broadcast this fall, contact me, Brett Byler, at 605-670-8333.
From the Real Presence Radio Network, welcome to the O'Gorman Knights Halftime Show, brought to you by your Knights of Columbus field agent for Sioux Falls and the Southeast South Dakota area, Jeff Gillen.
Touchdown by the O'Gorman Knights. Scoring drive has been brought to you by Closets and More, a locally owned company providing custom designed closets and storage solutions. You can call Closets and More at 334-5135 or online at closetsandmoresd.com. And that was a great touchdown there with second left on the clock.
Yeah, that was textbook. The Knights kept it in bounds, so they had to hurry up to the line, got that snap off with exactly a second on the clock. As it was expiring to 0, Schlimgen then throws a perfect back shoulder fade to Sam Stukel, who grabs it kind of in traffic of the defender. As the defender was right in him, kind of just pulled it away from him as he fell to his back. And they get on the board to make it 14-10 here at the end of the first half.
Did you? And I talked about it. We talked about it. That's execution by all 11 members of the team. And did you see them linemen? Here comes an Eddie and Matt. Everybody just running back. It was on the far side. And I thought maybe Connor got out, but they said no, and everybody come running, and the other ref brought the ball up, and yeah, they got it off. So they did that execution very well to take it within 14-10 here. We're at halftime down in Harrisburg. The Harrisburg Tigers on top.
So the story of the half so far has been O'Gorman struggling somewhat offensively on kind of both sides of the football, offensively and defensively. But they got their act together defensively in the second quarter, then put a big drive into the end zone after the interception from Struck. So defense leading to offense and a touchdown to make this game closer than it would have been heading into the break. Now O'Gorman gets the football back, and if they can drive down the field again and put it in the end zone, they'll have their first lead of the ball game. Knuth and Harrisburg, however, have been doing pretty much everything they can offensively to throw fits at the Knights. Knuth, who's known for his passing skills, scampers down the right side of the right sideline for 65 yards on their first drive of the ball game, kind of to open up the scoring. And then 2 drives later, Anders Clayton 52 yards down the left sideline. So 2 huge explosive plays for touchdowns, over 100 yards there, just between those 2 touchdown plays.
So who's got the 2 turnovers? Harrisburg. They fumbled right away in the first quarter, and then in the second quarter there, about 5 minutes ago, we picked off the INT. Your brother came across and picked off, so 2 turnovers now for the Harrisburg Tigers.
So
it was kind of interesting there. We went back and started that second quarter. Harrisburg turned it over on downs. O'Gorman gets the ball. We go 20 yards the other side of the field. Boom, we turn over on downs, and they get it back. But again, that's where Harrisburg missed that. What was that, like a 48?
Yeah,
48-yard field goal with the win. It would have been great if he'd got it. I mean, I'm sure it would have been a school record.
So, yeah.
But they tried, but Harrisburg leads 14-10. But other than that very first touchdown, that 70-yard run there, 65-yard run. Other than that, we're in this.
Yeah, and
this is a fun game.
Something to watch out for in that second half is that now it's, like you said, that's 2 turnovers for Harrisburg already. O'Gorman playing kind of mistake-free in the turnover department, and Harrisburg is not necessarily known for not turning the ball over. I mean, in the first however many games of the season, Knuth does have 8 interceptions, now 9 in total with just tonight, but he's been known to kind of take those extra risky shots down the field. So it'll be something to keep an eye on here in the second half. If they're going to have to force them to pass it more often, maybe there'll be more opportunities to take those balls out of the air and intercept them going the other way.
And we get the ball, and we'll get the ball. So coming up next on the Inside O'Gorman segment, Brett Byler sits down with the state champs, boys soccer coach, and we'll hear what they had to say as they won the state title last Saturday night up in Huron. So you're listening to Real Presence Radio on YouTube.
Community. It's at the heart of everything we do at First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card. From supporting area athletics to funding academic scholarships, we continually seek new ways to improve and strengthen communities we serve. At the heart of these communities are people, our customers, and our employees. We work hard to ensure our customers are successful and our communities thrive. It's the Premier way. It's what community banking is all about. First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card. Locally grown, nationally known.
Jardine Construction is a general contractor of custom homes, remodeling, and commercial construction. Jardine Construction works in close cooperation with project owners and customers when developing a plan for a building or home. Jardine Construction has lots available in Sioux Falls, Hartford, and Humboldt. John can be reached at 605-231-0830 and Tom at 605-261-6174.
Hello, this is Mark Konzemius, president of the Catholic Community Foundation for Eastern South Dakota. Preparing for the end of life can be overwhelming, even scary. Yet as disciples of Christ, we live in great hope and the reality of God's promise that death is not the end, but a new beginning. The End of Life Planning Workbook for Catholics is now available. I encourage you to reach out to one of our Catholic Community Foundation offices or ccfesd.org. May God bless each of us on our journey to heaven.
Hi, this is Brett Byler, Area Account Executive with Real Presence Radio. Did you know the signal of Real Presence Radio reaches an audience of over 2.4 million people across North Dakota, Minnesota, South Dakota, Wisconsin, and Wyoming? Have you ever thought about running radio spots on the RPR network? We want to partner with you to help gain exposure for your business in front of a very faithful customer base. To find out more about the options, please call me, Brett Byler, at 605-670-8333. Welcome back to Inside O'Gorman, sponsored by the Bishop O'Gorman Catholic Schools. I'm now joined by O'Gorman boys soccer coach Ryan Byer. First off, congratulations, coach, on winning the state championship last Saturday night versus Rapid City Stevens. I just want to go back a bit and then we'll work our way back to the state title game. The last time we talked was right before your Harrisburg game on September 24th. Your team was at that point 3-4-3 with 3 regular season games left. You were 10th in power points. And at that point in the season, if I told you your boys would win the next 8 games in the state title, would you have believed me?
I tell you what, I would have taken it in a heartbeat, and I would have probably, I don't know if I would have believed you, but I wouldn't have said it was unbelievable, because we kind of had some rhythm going, kind of had a plan put together, and that's kind of what we basically went on and ran on, like you said, the last 7 or 8 games.
You know, momentum, coach, as you know, is a big thing in all sports at every level. You know, how important was it for your boys to win those final 4 regular season games, kind of getting maybe that momentum going into the playoff run?
Yeah, it was huge. We started with a difficult schedule. The beginning and middle of our schedule was, you know, in my opinion, the hardest games throughout the year, and that would have been even when we were full strength, and we had kind of those times when we were missing some players, either due to quarantine or due to some injuries, and that was, you know, a big learning experience. It was a big challenge for us, but we also kept persevering, and challenges make you stronger a lot of times, and that's what we were seeing in that middle group. And like you said, when we talked before that Harrisburg game, we had kind of gotten through the toughest part of that mountain, if you will, and we knew we had games ahead of us that we could really focus on what we wanted to do best, and that's really what happened in the last few games of the season, of the regular season. We kind of put our plan in place and really decided that was going to be our footprint and what we were going to do and what, you know, how we had to do it, and then we really focused on that and really played that way. The systems that we used and kind of our focuses.
Your team went to the state title game against number 1 seed Rapid City Stevens, a team that you hadn't played in the regular season. What was your strategy going into that ball game, and talk about the execution of that strategy, and finally, what were the main reasons to get that 2-1 victory?
The main reason for that victory was our confidence in ourselves and what we were going to do. We had heard the previous couple games, oh, this was a big upset. No, that was an upset. And I think, you know, upsets are good talking points, but I don't think, you know, for the team that's the lower seed, both teams are playing to win. And that's what we went in with, a mentality of let's play to win. Let's not, you know, not just try to survive or not, you know, let's just go at it. We had a couple common opponents with Rapid City Stevens, but not a ton. And we, like I said, we hadn't seen them. We hadn't played them before. With that being said, we actually did watch them, you know, on the trip out to Spearfish. We had some time to kill, so we saw their first half when they beat Washington, and it was kind of watched it with basic, not thinking we were even going to play them, but if we did, we kind of knew. And we saw some things from how they played, and our guys really were very confident going into that final that we could definitely match up with their skill and their speed and size, and really, I thought for the most part in that championship game, some of our guys seemed like they had more experience and more composure than even Stevens did in those tight situations in those games.
Coach, was there a turning point in the season or a moment, or was it just a matter of getting your boys healthy where you thought your team is playing at a level like, boy, this team can really win the state tournament now after seeing them play a certain game or a certain point?
I'll probably tell you this, Brett. If I go back and look at, kind of that stretch that I talked about after the Roosevelt game, which was early September 1st, we were starting to get guys back. And we played Lincoln at home, and it was 0-0, but we had a lot of opportunities and a lot of shots we were kind of putting on. And then we played Washington a couple days after that. And against Washington, we actually scored 3 goals in the first half. Wide open game. Washington kind of came back and tied it in the second half. It was 3-1 at halftime, and they came back and tied it in the second half. But our guys really could see a style of play that we wanted to score those goals. We had trouble scoring kind of up to that. Since that Washington game, we had 3 goals there, and then we had a lot of goals against Brookings and Harrisburg, and it really got us some momentum there. And then, we played Sioux Falls Christian and T, who were both in the state championship. We beat both of those teams 1-0, but we didn't lack opportunities. In the playoffs, we were able to score goals and when we needed to. And that's a huge thing with soccer. Teams that get too defensive and they sit back typically are going to lose off of one mistake or one thing. And, we were still making mistakes and different things, but we were relying more on our offense than our defense. With that being said, our defense was very, very good, but we were also scoring goals to match that.
And your team had 7 seniors, Coach, who we talked about in our previous interview back in September, that ended their career as state champs, along with all the other members of your team and your assistant coaches and yourself. How gratifying is that for just yourself and your coaches and your players to, at the end of the year, after you put in all that hard work and kind of all the trials and tribulations of the season, ending up with the state title?
It's a great feeling. There's only one team at the end of the year that gets to win their last game. And I told our guys, and this was kind of our motto going through the playoffs, but I told them I didn't care if they won or lost. I really told them that. I told them I supported them and I trusted them, and we talked about the love that our team had for each other and the support that we had for each other. And we always said, if we can walk off the field in any of those playoff games and say that we played our hearts out, when we supported each other, we backed each other up, win or lose, we can be satisfied with that. And that was our thoughts and motto going all the way through the end of the year. And like I said, on that last game, even beforehand, I told our guys, if you support each other, you play smart, play together, and play hard, play to win. I don't care what the score is at the end, and that's truly what I believed. And fortunately for us, we were able to win it with a great second half goal, and our guys carried that and believed that. And I'm so happy for the boys that all got to play. We had, like you said, those 7 seniors. We had a great group of juniors. We had a bunch of sophomores that played. We had a bunch of freshmen that got to play, and all those guys just really bonded with each other all year. And this is very rewarding for them, and they absolutely deserve it.
We'd like to thank Coach Beyer for his time and congratulate him and the O'Gorman boys soccer team for winning their first ever state title last Saturday night in Huron. Okay, Isaac, what's coming up this week for the O'Gorman Knights? What's going on? I know we got a big volleyball match coming up Tuesday.
Yes, we do. Well, right now actually going on is the Oral and Terp competition at Sioux Falls, Washington, as well as the fall play at the Lorraine Theater tonight. Going on, I believe it's opening night for that fall play. And then tomorrow, the volleyball team goes to Sioux Falls Christian for a game at 7 o'clock against the Sioux Falls Christian ladies over there. My goodness, I got a little tickle in my throat now. And then on Saturday, the cheerleading and dance state tournament is in Rapid City. So that I believe they leave tomorrow, and they go up there for the state tournament up in Rapid City. Oral and Terps at Watertown, and cross country state meet is in Rapid City as well. So 2 state tournaments going on in Rapid City. And then on Tuesday, volleyball is at Washington again. Should be a wonderful matchup between O'Gorman and Washington. And then next Thursday is the playoff game for the O'Gorman Knights. Still be to be determined who their opponent will be.
And the Inside O'Gorman is brought to you by Bishop O'Gorman Catholic Schools. Our 6 elementary schools, junior high, and high school exemplify gospel values, strong student achievement, and community service. Each and every school is dedicated to a mission of forming a community of faith and learning by promoting the Catholic way of life through gospel values and academic excellence.
So now I'm going to go over a couple quick scores from around the state. We don't have every score in, but the ones we do. Out in Rapid City, the Cobblers are trailing the Lincoln Patriots 72-6 in the fourth quarter. So a little bit of a beatdown there.
People are asking us questions here, so I don't have the scores going, but I do know that Stevens, Sioux Falls, and Roosevelt beat Washington tonight with 44-7. Lincoln was up on Stevens 51-0 at half. That's the last I've seen. And
sorry, I was once again helping somebody out here.
We're in the big press box.
I got
up here,
Roosevelt beating Washington 44-7 over at Howard Wood, and then in Yankton at halftime, Brookings is leading the Yankton Bucks 14-0, and then over in Mitchell, the Huron Tigers lead 13-7 at the half there. And then we do have a score from a snowy Pierre. Pierre is leading Douglas 28-7 in the third quarter. Rasky had an 80-yard kickoff return in that game over in Pierre. Rasky, a fantastic wrestler, football player, and baseball player for Pierre. Been around for a long time. First time I encountered McGuire Rasky was when he was an 8th grader pitching in the State Legion baseball tournament against the Post 22 Hard Hats in a game that Pierre won as an 8th grader.
Wow.
And Rapid City is that premier team in the state in baseball. Rapid City is the team to beat every single year, and he kind of shut them down as an 8th grader throwing over 80 miles an hour.
Well, if everybody stays the same this year, both Rapid City schools will not make the playoffs. It'll be all East River for the AAA
with the addition of, or not the addition, but with the 8 teams making it, and there's no Rapid City wouldn't have any tiebreaker to beat one of those spots out. Or, however, is the I believe there's a team that can go in case there's not an eligible team.
That's right.
There's one safety team that it's the next eligible team record-wise that could be inserted in any spot. Okay, tonight's halftime show for the Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights has been brought to you by Jeff Gillen, your Knights of Columbus field agent for Sioux Falls and Southeast South Dakota area. For term life, whole life, long-term care insurance, retirement planning, Jeff can be contacted at 605-759-7204. Knights of Columbus Insurance. And we thank Jeff Gillen and the Knights for sponsoring the halftime show for the Gorman Knights. We're getting ready to kick it off here. 14-10, the Harrisburg Tigers on top. They'll be going from our left to our right. O'Gorman will be going into the wind in the third, and we'll have the wind to our backs for the fourth quarter. It's big time.
That's what we needed to see.
So Harrisburg will send this kick away. Deep end-over-end kick is going to go out of the back of the end zone. That thing hit right on the back of the end zone. Nice kick there by Bryce Soley, and the Knights will start at the 20-yard line to open up the second half. A big drive here for O'Gorman. If they can put this thing into the end zone, that'd be a big statement to get the last score and the first score of the first and second half.
But again, the defense is back out on the field for Harrisburg, and so they were on the field for the last 3-4 minutes there and scored a touchdown. Now they're back out.
If you can keep an explosive offense like Harrisburg off the field, you're doing something right.
Well, you're keeping Knut cold, and for him to come back out after this hole, and it's been probably a half hour since he touched the ball.
Yep.
That's pretty hard for a quarterback.
Struck on the reception there, gets 11 yards and a first down for O'Gorman, so the ball is placed at the 31-yard line, and it's first down and 10. And Struck was the seam route over the middle there. Schlimgen found him easily in a little cushion spot without anyone near him. Schlimgen out of the gun once again. He drops back to throw. He'll throw over to Pavelko. Pavelko's got room to run. Tries to stiff arm by a defender, then gets thrown out of bounds at the last second. Looking for a flag. However, he didn't get it.
He was definitely out when he threw him down.
No forward progress on the gain there, so it's actually they're going to have him at a loss of 1.
Wow.
Not sure how they didn't give him any yardage on the initial catch.
1 yard loss on the play.
How do you?
Second down and 11.
Anyway, my trifocals aren't right.
Schlimgen out of the gun. Second down and 11. He'll give this time up the middle to Pavelko, who's wrapped up about 2 yards past the line of scrimmage, gain of about 3 yards, and it'll be 3rd down and 8.
3 yards on the carry. 3rd down and 8 for O'Gorman.
Harrisburg's getting fired up. The 3rd down. They want their offense back out there, but the Knights can keep this drive going.
3rd down and 8. The bells are ringing here at Harrisburg High School. A big first down here for O'Gorman would be crucial. Schlimgen out of the gun, 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Falling forward is Pavelko. That's going to be a false start.
Back her up.
That's when you almost just fake like you're going in motion for a second.
Well, he could have. He probably could have did that, but I wonder if Father Rutten's in the house tonight. The priest out here at St. John Paul II here in Harrisburg. He's a graduate of O'Gorman, former St. Lambert priest.
Oh, there it is.
You're
waiting.
You're waiting. You knew that was coming. I had to get that in. Father John, how you doing?
So Schlimgen will come out of the gun. Same formation as the last play. It's now 3rd down and 13. Schlimgen drops back to pass, fires a pass over to Riedel off his hands and incomplete. Riedel was down at his knees to reach down and try to catch that one. However, it was just too short for him to come back to it. Would have been 3 yards shy of the first down anyway, so that'll bring up 4th down and 13.
So who won the bet on that one? How long I go without saying St. Lambert?
There's no bet, but we were both just waiting for it.
You got to write it down. You got
the over/under.
The over/under.
Yeah. St. Lambert's is probably set at 1.5.
Hey,
so
this is critical. We're punting into the wind here. This is not good.
Struck has his heels on the 12-yard line. Good snap. We'll be able to get this one away. Ball's just going to hang up there like it just gets. And then a nice bounce there for O'Gorman. We'll send it down to about the 43-yard line. But that thing comes off the foot pretty tough. And then it goes through the air, and it gets to about the 50-yard line, and it looks like it hits a wall, an invisible wall, and just falls straight down.
But it was a good bounce. He got another, 7-8 yards in that bounce?
Yep.
Here we are, ball to 43. O'Gorman 43?
Nope, the Harrisburg 43. So it'll be 1st down and 10 for the Tigers. Knuth will come out of the gun, 3 receivers to the left. He'll hand off up the middle to Clayton. Clayton wrapped up by number 25, Jacob Schwab. Right now we've got 15-mile-per-hour winds in Sioux Falls. So we'll say it's about 17, 18 out here.
Yeah, we're a little bit further south.
Harrisburg will come out of the gun once again, 2nd down and 8. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Handoff once again up the middle to Clayton. Clayton's got nothing this time. He's going to be stopped for a gain of nothing. It'll bring up 3rd down and 8. So back-to-back runs right up the middle for Harrisburg is going to get them about 2 yards is all. 3rd down and 8. Ball is placed just shy of the 45-yard line.
That was not a 3rd and long here. Now the Knights got to stop this here.
It'll be Knuth out of the gun. He'll drop back to pass, take about a 3-step drop, looks over the middle, nothing doing. He's got plenty of room to scramble. Peterson's going to get to him. It's going to come up to the spot. It looks like he's going to be short. The ref is signaling 4th down.
Yep, he's short.
So he'll be about a half a yard short. It'll be 4th and about a half a yard here. They might bring out the chains to measure. Nope. They're going to trust the spot. And now Harrisburg looks like they're going to send in a heavy packet. Maybe the punting team.
Short. 4th and short for the Tigers.
Oh, I thought that the guy would.
Yeah. Watch the fake. Watch the fake.
Very possible of a fake here.
Watch the fake is right.
Completely spread out. Yep. Harrisburg has an interesting way of punting the football. They completely spread out their team here. Snap back. They're going to punt it away. Wow. So they're going to play the field position game, and this thing is going to soar into the back of the end zone. It'll be a touchback. Interesting.
But a good spot to pull a fake.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's where,
However, maybe they're thinking, everyone's thinking fake there. Everyone's like, that's a good spot for a fake. Interesting, though. I'm not sure if I would agree with that call. You've already got the lead. You need a half a yard. You got to trust your offense there, especially across the 50-yard line.
You want that momentum back in your court. And so that's where do you trust your guys?
You're telling O'Gorman now that we don't trust them to get a half a yard against the defense. That's giving O'Gorman confidence and the ball back.
But I'm not a coach, so thank God I'm not. I'd have been fired a long time ago.
Schlimgen drops back to pass. He's got struck on an out route, hits the hands, and then he's tackled from behind. Incomplete.
That ball, it's just got to be like catching a ice. I mean, it's got to be. It's got to be.
Like catching a Christmas turkey.
Oh.
Or a Thanksgiving Christmas turkey, my goodness.
Same
like
thing.
Catching an Easter pumpkin.
Yeah, when you go to Easter pumpkin. You go to pull that turkey out of the freezer. She's rock hard. Look at that. That's just that ball is. Just you can hardly hang on to it.
Schlimgen will come out of the gun once again. It's 2nd down and 10. Movement from both sides. It's likely going to go against O'Gorman. Riedel was the first one to move out on the perimeter. So a false start to O'Gorman. We'll back him up 5 yards. Ball's placed on the 15-yard line now. It's 2nd down and 15 for O'Gorman. 8:12 left here in the third quarter, second half.
Second possession for the Knights here in the third quarter. Punted on the first.
Backed up inside their own 20 now for 2nd down here. Schlimgen drops back to pass. It's going to be a screen over the middle. He's got Riedel, and he's got room to run up the middle. Riedel's going to bounce around a couple tackles. He's going to pick up the first down. 17 yards on the reception there for Zach Riedel. And it's going to be a first down for O'Gorman.
He did 2 plays in the before half, and he did that coming across. He gets open when he comes across.
Mm-hmm.
But look the way he was jiving after he got the ball. He was zigging and zagging. He picked up the first down. That was all him.
Good misdirection there as well, faking the running back screen to the left side and then bringing the receiver over from the right side. That's a nice play scheme there.
But Teagan's making he's looking off. So he's doing
something we had talked about in the first half. Schlimgen will be out of the gun. He'll fake the give this time. Throw a pop route over the middle to Struck. Struck will get about 7. They'll give him 8 yards, and it'll be 2nd down and 2.
Emmanuel's what, 6'3", 6'4"?
6'3", but he's growing still. He's a lot taller than I am.
Is he going to play basketball this year?
Yep.
Good for him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure Coach Roby is going to enjoy that. He's going, another Struck.
He doesn't shoot as much as I did, so we'll probably like him a little bit better.
Oh.
Schlimgen out of the gun once again. He'll take the snap, look to the left side. He's got Stuckel, who beat his defender, tight roping the sideline, and it's incomplete.
He was out.
Stuckel hauled in the reception. However, he was tiptoeing the sideline. His foot was out of bounds, and the pass was incomplete. He beat his receiver. That ball hung up there, thrown into the wind. That's a tough throw and a tough catch. Nearly completed it, but it will now be 3rd down and 2.
Wow.
That's the type of play that you like to see there, though, on 2nd and short, taking a shot over the top. He did beat that corner. However, it's just tough in the elements right now.
Okay, 3rd and short here.
3rd and 2. Ball is on the 40-yard line. They need the 42. Schlimgen takes the snap. He fakes the give up the left side. He'll run up the middle. He's getting a block. He bounces around a couple more tackles and then is met by the safety over the top, but Schlimgen will rumble for about 15 to 20 yards all the way down to the 40.
A 20-yard pickup.
20 yards on 3rd and 2.
He faked me.
Saw that coming.
He had me.
I'll just consider that experience, but I saw that coming there as soon as the running back was going out. That's a keep every single time, and really well blocked up the middle there by the line.
Offensive line doing their job. They're executing.
1st down and 10. Ball is on the Tiger 40-yard line. 3 receivers to the right. Schlimgen drops back to pass. He's got Riedel again. This ball pops up into the air. It's intercepted.
Oh.
Harrisburg has intercepted the pass. They're running down the left sideline. He's got a beat, and it's going to be Schwab trying to cut him off. Schwab will knock him out of bounds right at the 10-yard line. That pass was intercepted by Cade Larson off the tip.
Wow, that was a nice ball, but that's what happens.
Riedel came open. It bounced off the shoulder pad of Riedel. It went through his hands and off the shoulder pad, straight up into the air, hung up there, and Larson intercepted it. So that's the shift of momentum that you needed if you're Harrisburg. Now you kind of got it back on your side. Now we're going to see the O'Gorman defense. They're going to be battle-tested here.
It's going to be tough. Here they got the ball on the 12-yard line. And
Harrisburg can still pick up a first down as well at the 2. It'll be Knuth out of the gun. He's got 2 receivers to the right, 2 backs offset each side. It's going to be a give up the middle to Ross. Gavin Ross picks up about 3 yards on the carry. It'll be 2nd down and 7. Not given quite enough credit to the tackle there on Schwab on that interception. Schwab kind of took a great angle and cut him off before he could get into the end zone. Nearly an interception return for a touchdown there for Harrisburg.
Schwab's all over this field.
Quick slant route or screen route, to number 6, Ethan Rollinger, who Andrew Nelson upends him on the tackle at about the 4-yard line. So Nelson got lower than Rollinger. Rollinger gets tripped up on the legs. 3rd down and 2 for the Tigers.
They can get a first down without getting in the end zone. But I think they'll take it to the corner here. I think they'll take a shot in the corner.
Gives up to Ross up the middle, untouched into the end zone for a touchdown.
Wow.
Gavin Ross, 4 yards right up the gut. And it's 20-10. Harrisburg leads now. So a huge turn of events after the interception.
I thought they would have passed with the wind to them. They'd have taken that.
It's a tough scenario there for O'Gorman to give up the untouched rush right up the middle to Ross. So now it'll be the field goal attempt here from Bryce Soley. Field goal is up and good. He puts a leg into that thing. That thing almost goes out of the complex. So 5:02 left here in the 3rd quarter. The Tigers lead 21-10, and we're going to take another quick break. You're listening to Real Presence Radio Network.
Hi, this is Brett Byler, Area Account Executive with Real Presence Radio. Did you know the signal of Real Presence Radio reaches an audience of over 2.4 million people across North Dakota, Minnesota, South Dakota, Wisconsin, and Wyoming? Have you ever thought about running radio spots on the RPR network? We want to partner with you to help gain exposure for your business in front of a very faithful customer base. To find out more about the options, please call me, Brett Byler, at 605-670-8333.
Harrisburg Tigers just scored with 5:02 to go in the 3rd quarter. Harrisburg Tigers 21 and Gorman Knights 10. They scored on that interception back and ran it back for about 40 yards, and then they had a 7-yard run untouched for the Harrisburg Tigers to go up 21-10 here.
That's always a tough scenario to be in there. The defense kind of just hanging out on the sideline. Boom, quick turn of events, and they're already backed up on their own goal line.
That interception, that ball just hung in the air for how long?
Probably a good 3-4 seconds there.
I hate that.
So now it's going to be up to O'Gorman to turn this thing back around. It's not like O'Gorman wasn't already moving the ball there. They've been capable of moving the ball down the field. Now they just got to convert into the end zone. So it'll be 1st and 10.
But they struggle once they get past the 35-40, they can move it. It seems like they struggle down on that side, you know. They have a hard time getting it out of that, now they're at the 20, so they're right on the tip of the, but they have a hard time down there. Once they seem like they get it downfield, they can move it quick.
Schlimgen will come out of the gun. He's got Struck, the lone receiver, on the right side. He'll give it to Schwab up the middle. Schwab will run through about 3 or 4 arm tackles for 7 yards. A nice pickup there by Schwab on the ground.
He's all over this.
6-yard carry will bring up 2nd down and 4 for the Knights.
2nd down and 4. They gave Schwab 6 on the carry there.
But I love the play calling.
2 receivers to the left, tight end on the right side, Struck, the lone receiver on the right, Schwab offset to the right of Schlimgen. Schlimgen out of the gun. Takes the snap, gives it to Schwab again up the middle. Schwab met right away by Cade Larson, but Schwab kind of won that battle as he fell right instead of backwards, and he gets about a half a yard extra and will be wrapped up on the 30-yard line, and it will move the chains. 4 yards, about 4.5 there on the pickup.
Good move by Jacob there. That was.
It'll be Schlimgen out of the gun once again. 4:10 left here in the third quarter. Tigers lead by 11. A double move. Struck just got absolutely wrapped up there. That could have been a touchdown.
Oh. They didn't throw the flag soon enough, in my opinion, but they did. Here they come with two. He wrapped him up. Struck had him wide.
So Struck with the double move over there. That could have been possibly a touchdown. You hate to see that taken off the board. But a smart play there by the Harrisburg defender. Knowing that he was beat, you might as well forfeit the 15 yards rather than the 70 in the touchdown.
I thought he was going to pull his jersey off.
And it took forever for the referee right in front to
throw
that flag.
The back judge had first, and it was right in front of the referee on that side. And then he threw his flag in late.
I think they're going to call pass interference instead of the holding, too. So that's going to be 15 yards.
First down.
Ball down to the 45-yard line. Tough now because you set that up with Struck running consistent hitch routes, and then you get that hitch and go opportunity. And now you're not going to be able to go back to that for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
It's all about setting up those possible plays later.
Dangle that carrot.
Schwab off the right side for 10 yards and a first down. It's like that cut commercial there where he's dangling the dollar on the thing. Oh, just a little bit closer now.
Yeah, see? Now you know what I'm talking about. You're bringing him in. Brett's laughing over here, folks.
You're just tickling them enough to get them going, and then you just dagger to the heart over the top.
Making people laugh, Brett.
Candy. Schlimgen will give to Schwab off the right side. This time Schwab just puts his head down and runs for about 6 yards once again off the right tackle.
Boy, can he run tonight. Oh.
Schwab doing a great job.
And he ran good last week.
Yep, Schwab doing a great job of picking up yardage on the ground. It'll be 2nd down and 5. They only give him 5 on the last play.
Clock runs 3:15 in the third, 21-10 Tigers, and Gorman's knocking on the door.
2nd down and 5. Ball is on the 44-yard line. Schlimgen out of the gun. Quick pop route over the middle to David Alpers. Caught and down to the 30 is Alpers. They're going to mark him down at the 29. The chains will move once again. A nice pitch and catch there from Schlimgen to Alpers. Alpers did a good job of basically boxing out the defender, walling him off and picking up the first down.
That play's been there all night.
Over the middle, yep.
Yeah, that play's been there all night over the middle. Harrisburg's not defending that, covering that at all. Oh, what do we got here? Oh, we got to tuck the
shoulder pad in there.
Because in 80 minor 55, equipment malfunction. We're ready to go.
Schlimgen will be out of the gun.
Ball
is on the ground. It's rolling around. Got recovered by David Alpers.
Wow,
My goodness, did David Alpers just save the O'Gorman Knights the football game?
Oh, man.
Ball was on the ground. David Alpers hears everyone yelling fumble, turns around and makes an absolutely athletic play to snag that. All 6'4" of him grabbed that football.
And he jumped.
The outstretched arms of Alpers all 6'6" of him.
If he'd have been 6'2", he wouldn't have got it.
Snags that football and saves the Knights
from
a turnover. However, a loss of 8 yards will bring up 2nd down and 18, so the Knights still have to start converting here.
Clock's running, 1:51 to go in the third.
Struck the lone receiver again, this time man coverage on the left side. 2 receivers to the right. Schlimgen drops back to pass. He's got Alpers over the middle and way overthrew him and incomplete.
He had him. He could have, but the ball got away.
3rd down and 16. A minute And 37 seconds left here in the third quarter. The ball is on the 37-yard line of the Tigers. The Knights have the football. Need to pick up at least, I'd say, 9 to 10 yards here to set up a manageable fourth down. But if you can get it all, get it all. 3rd down and 16. Knights have the football. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. The lone receiver on the right side is Stukel. Schlimgen drops back to pass. He's got to get rid of the football, and he gets sacked.
No, he needed to get rid of that fast. He lost, 5 yards on that? So that's 4th and 20 now.
So Colt Harder gets home to Schlimgen, and that'll bring out the punting unit now for the Knights.
This is going to be a hard punt. Ball on the 41.
In punt return formation for the Tigers, number 15, Lincoln Carlson, and number 10, Damon Hudson.
Struck will be back to punt.
Back in punt formation for the Knights, number 26, Emmanuel Struck.
Struck with his feet on the 43-yard line. He'll take the low snap, step into this one, and a nice kick this time. It's spiraling down near the 20. It's going to take a somewhat of an O'Gorman bounce down to the 15, 16-yard line is where they're going to mark it out, and that is where Harrisburg will take over.
You know, with the wind blowing like it is and stuff, that's a pretty dang good punt.
Especially when you can get the ball to spiral off your foot, it's going to be able to go into the wind a little bit better than if it was end over end.
Your dad teach him that then? Not you. Or did your grandpa?
I mean, could have been my dad, but I mean, you know, I had some fair punts back in the day. It wasn't necessarily my strong suit, but I got used to it sometimes after I'd make a dumb decision, you know, and then have to make up for it on the punt. So Knuth will come out of the gun. He'll give this time to Clayton, who's trying to run around the left side. He's going to be wrapped up by Carter Peterson. Peterson tackles him right at the 20-yard line. Gain of 4. 2nd down and 6.
Gorman had the ball three possessions this quarter, and 2 punts and interception. They're going to let the clock run out here.
So the clock ticks 0, and that'll do it for the third quarter. The Harrisburg Tigers lead the O'Gorman Knights 21-10 here in Harrisburg. And we will take our quarter break, and we will see you for the remainder of the fourth quarter. You're listening to Real Presence Radio Network.
At McGuire Iron, we protect and store quality water for people and communities across the country. We are family owned and operated and have been building and maintaining America's water tower infrastructure for over 100 years. We pride ourselves on using faith principles in our business practices every day. This deep faith in the church is why we support the Bishop O'Gorman Catholic School System. From all of us at McGuire Iron and the Jones family, we wish all O'Gorman students and student athletes good luck this year.
Closets and More can help define the most important areas inside and around your home. As a locally owned business, our quality, craftsmanship, and service are very important. Closets and More will create functionality in your problem areas, such as your master closet, pantry, and garage. They can help you transform your space into a truly custom area that fits your lifestyle. Closets and More can be reached at 334-5135, or you can follow us on Facebook or go online to closetsandmoresd.com.
Welcome back to Harrisburg High School, where the Tigers lead this ball game by 11 over the O'Gorman Knights 21-10 at the start of the fourth quarter. Run up the middle there for no gain by Anders Clayton, and it'll bring up 3rd down and 6. So the Tigers got an interception, ran it all the way back to the 12-yard line, and then scored, and that's the difference so far in this half. It's 14-10 heading into the half after O'Gorman scored on the last play of the first half.
They're going to have to call a timeout here. They really
took the ball and started driving down the field, and then the tipped interception set up Harrisburg with a touchdown opportunity. Knuth out of the gun, play clock running low here. The ref in the back is counting it out. Quick screen pass over to the right side to Rollinger. He's going to be about a half a yard short of the first down.
I'm not sure. That wide receiver came all the way across, went out, and all of a sudden getting back in and ran all the way back over. And, yeah, they were at about 5 seconds.
Fourth down and 1, and they're going to run it right here. They're getting up to the line. 4th and short. Harrisburg out of the gun. If the Knights can get a stop here, it'll be a huge play momentum-wise.
Calling in a different play.
Changing things up here at the line of scrimmage. 3 receivers right now on the left side. They might let this thing run down.
Yeah, I think they are.
Timeout. Timeout taken by Harrisburg, and I believe they'll send out the punting unit.
I think that was the whole thing is to run the clock down.
So we'll keep it here as we have 10:22 left here in the fourth quarter. Tigers will be faced with the 4th and 1. So as I was saying, the Knights were driving the ball down the field. The pass over the middle to Riedel that tipped off his shoulder pad, bounced up into the air, hung up there for what seemed like forever, was intercepted by Larson, who then ran it all the way down to the 12-yard line, got hammered out of bounds by Jacob Schwab, and then 3 plays later, Gavin Ross scampers 4 yards up the middle untouched. And that is why the score is now 21-10. Little Charlie Brown music going on here at Harrisburg
did you see
High
Charlie
School.
Brown won't be on anymore? It's only
Really?
It's not going to be on regular TV this year. Christmas. Charlie Brown Christmas.
Huh.
Wow.
Sad day.
First time ever. But, the Knights are still in this. Down by 11. Down by 11. It's like
now you got the wind at your back here, so you're going to be able to throw it a little bit more effectively.
We're going to have great field position.
Good field position. A touchdown and a stop could put us right back into this ball game. Watch for a fake.
That's what I was thinking.
Snap back. They're going to punt this one away. Ball is spinning. You got to get Nelson out of the way there. He does a good job. Ball rolls to the 44. It's going to get all the way to the 45. So the ball doesn't cross the 50-yard line. The Knights will start with great field position. About a 20-yard punt is all.
20-yard punt. So start on the 45. Great field position for the Knights here. 10-12 to go in regulation. Always say regulation because you never know what's going to happen.
True that. So here we are. Knights come out, 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. It's Schlimgen with Pavelko offset to his right out of the gun. Schlimgen takes the snap, gives it to Pavelko, who rolls around up the middle, spins past 1 tackle, is met by a herd of defenders. They're going to give him the forward progress all the way up to the 42-yard line.
Boy, that defense, they really pushed him back. Larson, Foley, Branson. Them guys were hard in there. Anyway, hats off to our line, though, offensive line. I think they've done a great job tonight.
Schlimgen will come out of the gun, same formation as the last play. He'll take the snap, drop back to pass. He's got a little bit of pressure off the left side. He's going to throw to Stukel, who comes back and catches the football. What an absolute beautiful play there by Sam Stukel to recognize the throw was short. Came back through a crowd of defenders and wrapped that thing up to the chest.
But Teagan got nailed. Schlimgen got nailed right in the chest there. He barely got it off.
Schlimgen did a good job of getting rid of it with pressure in his face.
He was like, oh, God, get rid of the ball.
Sent a prayer with it, and it was pulled down by Stukel. Quick swing pass out to Pavelko on the perimeter. Good blocking there from Riedel. Pavelko will pick up and they're going to call a flag on that.
No.
I don't think that was good blocking there by Riedel. Riedel had great position on the block. I absolutely do not agree with that call.
But they're going to call him.
That's how you preach it right there. Get good positioning, and he was blocking him back the other direction. Yikes.
I thought that was a good block.
Poppinga not happy about that.
No, I'm sure he shouldn't be. I wouldn't be happy either. That's. Oh, look at Vinny's in shorts again. God bless him. I don't know how the heck he can do that.
Coach Vinny over there in shorts every game.
Watch for Struck on a possible out route or the backside comeback to the sideline over here. Here's the comeback to Stuckel, and it's incomplete. Not going to lie, I read the play call there, so I had the heads up. I'm not that much of a genius. No Tony Romo here. Just Isaac. Third down, or excuse me, it'll be second down and 16.
I figured that out the first game, so I'm didn't say a word, not gonna say a word.
Schlemgen will come out of the gun, 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Pavelko offset to the right. Schlemgen drops back to pass. He's got, and that's got to be a holding. No call.
On Connor, they had Connor wrapped up.
Ay.
Where are the officials? Wow. Connor got held up. That should have been holding. How do you not call that? I mean,
no comment there.
Yeah,
I prefer the no comment.
Have to be quiet.
Third down and 16. Once again, the crowd noise being pumped in from Harrisburg. The Atlanta Falcons.
Well, they're playing church bells. That should get the Knights fired up. Time to go to Mass.
Schlemgen drops back to pass. He's got no one in his face. Fires a pass over. Tipped. Would have been intercepted if it was not tipped by number 5, Jack Tegans. Lincoln Botel was just waiting there for that thing.
But he got hit again. Now they're going to stand there. We're going for it. Well, you have to. But Tegan getting up a little slow. Oh, now he's... Now we're going to...
Kick a field goal.
Yep, here comes Nelson.
47-yard field goal from Riedel. .47-yard field goal attempt here for Riedel. He's got the wind at his back, about 15 miles per hour behind him. Kick is up, and it's going to be short.
Just short.
About a yard or two is all he needed extra, and the field goal is no good. So the Tigers will take over again, 1st and 10. I will say on that pass to Pavelko, even though there was a lot of contact there, I think that the left side of the field was a lot more open. He had the receiver on the outside, which was Huners, but he also had struck one-on-one coverage with a linebacker over the middle there. So maybe just take that shot on second down over the top and hope for the best there. Even though, I mean, it was in tight coverage and there should have been a flag called, but that's still a tough throw there from Schlemgen. That pass is incomplete. That thing I thought went backwards. Thought that went backwards. It did not.
But getting back to the Gorman drive there, Tegan got hit both those last plays he got nailed. So I think Tegan, he's getting to be a little banged up here.
They'll send in, I think that was number 50 coming in.
56.
That's Nate Ratzloff coming in for O'Gorman at linebacker now. So it'll be Knuth out of the gun, 2nd down and 10. The clock is stopped right now at 8:32 left here in the 4th quarter. Knuth drops back to pass. He'll fire a quick slant over the middle. Great perimeter blocking. An extra move on the outside, wrapped up by Struck and taken out of bounds, but not before he picks up a 1st down. That was
that Alpers on the tackle back there? He went at on Knuth there?
Oh, on Knuth?
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
1st and 10 for Harrisburg. The defense needs to dig deep here and find something and get a stop to give the offense a chance once again in this ball game. Run on the outside. That's Ross. He slipped and fell on his own for a gain of nothing. Ross got out around the right side. He was being chased by Alpers and then tried to cut back up the field, slipped and fell. Slippery turf out there, and it's going to bring up 2nd down and 10. So 2nd down and 10. Knuth will come out with 2 running backs offset to each side, 2 receivers to the right and 1 to the left. He'll send Clayton in motion behind to the left side. He'll fake the throw, keep it up the middle. Knuth is going to be wrapped up by a couple of Knights defenders. He's probably going to get about a yard here.
I was watching Elpers come around, and he jumped over.
Fun player to watch. 3rd down and 9 for Harrisburg now. This would be a huge stop if you're O'Gorman.
Elpers got to be a basketball player too, right?
Yep.
6'6". He better be.
He's a good post player.
Good.
Will remind you a lot of J.P. Costello. Not quite as tall, but
he was fun to watch.
Yep. They'll send the man in motion from left to right, join the 3 receiver side, and it's going to be a delay of game. The motion man was Lincoln Carlson, and that motion cost them a delay of game penalty, so now it's going to back it up to be 3rd and 14 instead of 3rd and 9.
Back on the...
Did waste a lot of time there on that down, however, so...
26, 27-yard line, so it's really...
Under 7 minutes left in the ball game. If O'Gorman gets a stop here and punches it into the end zone, they do have 3 timeouts left to work with to get another stop and the ball back. Safety's feet are at the sticks. That's a Riedel out there. Now Struck coming more over the middle of the field. He'll guard that 3rd receiver. Throws it to the backside, and that ball is dropped.
You're a little behind him.
The pass was intended for Andrew Walter. It was off his hands and incomplete, thrown a little bit behind him, had to make an adjustment. However, it looked like it was still a catchable football. So the Knights survived there on what could have been a 1st down for Harrisburg and a costly 1st down. But now they'll have to send out the punting unit again.
And he'll be back at the punting back, 12-yard line, 12, 13 where he's standing.
Yep, they're going to be punting from the 26.
And I don't see the fake here. It's too much, but that's...
Riedel, I believe that's actually Stuckel out near the 50-yard line right now, ready to return this punt. Rolling back to the 43-yard line, I believe it's going to be to the 43-yard line.
17-yard punt?
So a 17-yard punt will mark it dead at the 43-yard line. With 6:41 left in the 4th quarter, the Knights take over offensively, looking to punch this thing into the end zone here. Knights need a big drive, and they also need to be conscious of the time left in this ball game.
All 3 timeouts. Both teams. No, Tigers use 1. That's right. So Harrisburg has 2. O'Gorman has 3.
Schlimgen is out of the gun. He's got Anders Matichek in a wing formation off the right side. Schwab will bounce around a couple of defenders, now run around the left side. Schwab bounced into Matichek there on the right side of the line, then bounced it out to the left and picked up about 2 yards, maybe 3. They'll give him 3 yards on the carry.
This is critical. We have to score on this drive. Coming up under six minutes to go in regulation. This is critical.
2nd down and 7. It'll be Schlimgen out of the gun. Same formation, except Matichek this time flipped to the left side. Give to Schwab up the middle. Schwab will get about 3 yards, then is driven backwards by a couple of Harrisburg defenders. On the tackle was number 40, Cade Larson.
3rd and short. This is, take that tree, 4 yards every shot. But the clock's against us. That's the one thing.
5:37 and ticking left here in the 4th quarter. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Schlimgen is going to fake it, keep it up the middle, and Schlimgen's going to pick up a 1st down. Nice job there by Tegan Schlimgen reading the end. Keeping it up the middle there. Is if he would have given that ball to Schwab, Schwab might have been wrapped up for a loss of yardage. Yep. Nice play call there by Coach Poppinga to keep the sticks moving for the Knights.
Now take a shot.
So now it is 1st down and 10. Balls at the 29-yard line. pass over to Matichek was tipped at the line of scrimmage and falls incomplete. It was intended for Matichek on a little pop route over the middle.
About the third or fourth ball that's been tipped? And we haven't really seen too many tipped balls this year for the Knights.
Harrisburg doing a good job of getting their hands up. Interesting to see right now the receivers into the ball game for the Knights. Landry, Konechny, and Riedel, and then it's Schwab and Matichek alongside Stukel. Alongside Schlimkin. Stukel bobbles it, but then ends up wrapping up the reception. Never actually went down, but stepped out of bounds.
Like a hot potato. I don't want to catch it. I don't want to boom, boom. Kind of juggle the ball, and good hands there by Sam. First down. Under 5 minutes to go.
Snap and give. This is Schwab running around the right side.
Get out there.
He's got a couple blocks. He's going to get wrapped up by the face mask. No.
I'd have kept running right out of
About
bounds.
5 yards. It'll be second down and actually it's going to be second down and 4. They're going to give him 6.
I'd like to see the time of possession for the Knights tonight.
They've been
about
controlling.
About 2 to 1.
Yeah.
It's got to be 2 to 1.
Been controlling the clock, definitely. Just haven't quite converted on getting into the end zone. Schlimkin gives it to Schwab up the middle, and Schwab's going to run into the end zone. So the Knights get a huge response
9-yard
on the
run.
touchdown run there by Schwab. 9 yards right up the gut into the end zone. And now the Knights will most likely go for 2 here to make it a field goal ball game. Matichek will sub out, as well as Konechny.
Go to 2 and a field goal, and
Knights will go for 2, try to make it a 3-point ball game, and they'll boot it deep and hope their defense can get a stop. Still 4 minutes left in the ball game, so plenty of time if they do give up an early first down to still be able to use the timeouts later.
Harrisburg defense looked a little tired right there on that drive. Just seemed like they didn't.
So Gorman will come out with a 2-point conversion. It'll be a quick out route to Struck, who dropped it as he was near the goal line and out of bounds.
It's all right. That's all right.
Thrown on the right hip of Struck, kind of bounced around on the hip. And as he was starting to gather it, got hit by a defender. The ball came out, and it was an incompletion. So that scoring drive has been brought to you by the Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights. For the Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights has been brought to you by Closets & More, a locally owned company providing custom designed closets and storage solutions. You can call Closets & More at 334-5135 or online at closetsandmoresd.com. So 4:17 left. The Knights will have to kick.
Down by 5. That's all right. You know, but the defense going to have to hold here. They're going to have to hold. But, you know, Harrisburg's going to run that clock. They're going to run. They're going to want the... .4:17 to go here in regulation.
Back deep for the Tigers, number 15, Lincoln Carlson, and number 10, Caitlin Hudson.
Nelson will be kicking off.
So Nelson is still doing the kickoffs. However, he's not quite back with the field goals yet. Missed all of practice this week.
We got some good legs. We got Rito, Connor,
Nelson.
Yeah,
you got a plethora of guys.
Wow, how many teams have the caliber of kids that can kick like we do? We can. Reset the ball, the wind.
Wind blows the ball off the tee. Nelson will still get ready to kick this one. Nelson will boot this ball deep and out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. So 4:17 left. The Tigers will take over offensively. They lead by 5, 21-16.
The way that ball was sailing, I thought it was going down to Fairview. Brett's looking. Brett, you know where Fairview is? You ever heard of Fairview, South Dakota? It's out down by Alcester, south of here.
You're listening to Real Presence Radio. I'm Isaac Struck, joined by Jimmy Fallon in the box tonight.
Johnny Carson.
Right?
Johnny Carson. You didn't even know who Johnny is. Johnny Carson.
Not 70 years old.
Da 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 da.
So Harrisburg will come out of the gun here. It's Knuth. He's got Clayton offset to his left, 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, including a tight end. Handoff to Clayton, who bounces around. He's going to get about 2 yards. It was nearly wrapped up in the backfield, made a nice move to get away from the tackle. Picks up about 2 or 3.
But I like the way he runs on that. See, he's kind of like
patient.
He's very patient. He's very patient till he sees that slot open and he goes.
Yep. Puts that foot down and gets up the hole.
I mean, that's how well they're coached. These guys.
As a wise coach, Steve Creer used to say, down the line, in the hole.
You're giving him credit? Sorry, Steve. I got to pick on you.
Knuth will give off to Clayton. Clayton's going to be wrapped up by a herd of Knights.
Third down.
Third down.
No gain. Maybe half a yard if that. No, they didn't give him anything.
Helpers was the first one to get to him there, and now it's going to be a crucial third down and 7.
Very, very crucial here, folks.
Third down and 7. 3:09 left on the clock. Knuth out of the gun. Hard count. Now we'll take a second to look back to the coach, signaling in a new play at the line. Clock ticks under 3. 2:58 left here. It's a 5-point ball game. Harrisburg needs 7 yards to pick up a first down. They're on their own 23-yard line. Knuth will give it to Clayton. Clayton is going to get 2 yards, 3 yards, pushed forward close to the sticks. He's still going to be short. A really good second effort there, and then got some help from the line. He's going to be about 2 yards short of the first down, and now it's decision time for Harrisburg. The obvious decision is to punt, and a timeout from O'Gorman to stop the clock. So with 2:42 left in the ball game, the Knights will take a timeout, and so will we. The Tigers lead 21-16. Don't go anywhere for the finish of this fantastic ball game between the Tigers and the Knights.
Real Presence Radio is now on Amazon devices. To listen to your station, just ask Alexa to enable the Real Presence Radio skill and use a phrase like,
Alexa, tell Real Presence Radio to play Sioux Falls.
Or,
Alexa, ask Real Presence Radio to play FM 94.5.
You can also visit the Alexa Skills Marketplace and search for Real Presence Radio to enable it. Listen to RPR anytime, anywhere, now on your Amazon devices.
Welcome back to Harrisburg High School, where the Knights trail the Tigers by 5. The Knights get a stop and will now have Harrisburg punting from their own 28-yard line. Now, this is where you watch for a fake, especially. If a fake happens here, that could be
or encroachment.
The ball game. Yep.
You got to
watch the hard count.
You got to watch the hard count. You got to be disciplined here on defense.
Playing on your toes. The Knights won't have anybody back to return this punt. They're just going to make sure that they're playing this safe as they can. Snap back to the punter, dropped, and it's going to flail around. They're going to get everyone out of the way. It's going to take an O'Gorman bounce just directly horizontal. It's going to be at the 43-yard line, and that's where the Knights will take over. So the Knights have a chance to win the ball game with a touchdown here if they take up all of the clock.
I love it.
Do we have a certain saying that we like to say right now?
Well, you know, folks, it's that time. I haven't said it, but it's time. Get them rosaries out. Got one in my hand right now, but I love Nelson there. Both times he got it, and he took off and running right out towards Popham. He got the out of there. He wasn't going near that ball.
No one's on. Ooh. Snap to Schlimgin. Schlimgin will take a deep shot. He's got Stukel over the top, and it's dropped.
He drops it. Oh. It's hard to catch.
Stukel beat the safety over the top, and it hit off his hands and was dropped. So that's now 2 drops on back-to-back pass attempts for O'Gorman. Struck on the goal line, Stukel on the 5.
It's hard to catch that ice. That is, I mean, God bless him, guys, but that's hard. Any receiver like this when the ball.
Schlimgen out of the gun. Drops back to pass. He's got Stukel again, and it's off the hands of Stukel and incomplete.
I'm going to guess the next ball is not going to Stukel.
Stukel even bobbled that one that was thrown over on the left side. Remember earlier on the touchdown drive, bobbled it near the 20 a couple times and then finally hauled it in.
The ball was there both times. It was good. I mean, that's Schlimgen, good ball. Good ball.
3rd and 10.
No, protection here. Protection.
Schlimgen will come out of the gun. 3 receivers to the right. He drops back to throw. Fires it behind Stukel and incomplete.
Wow, they went back to him. Same play.
4th down and 10 now. 2:16 left. Now, if you don't convert and you can hold for another punt, you might have a little bit of time left in this ball game if they don't pick up a first down. However, that's not what you're thinking about right now. You're just trying to pick up this first down.
They're going for it.
Move the clock.
You have to. What do you?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying if you don't convert here,
true, True.
If you don't convert here, there's still a little bit of life left, but you want to convert here. Schlimgen will drop back to pass. Fires one. Oh, wait.
He intercepted.
And they're going to mark him at the 2.
Yeah, so that's what he was. It didn't matter. Why would he catch that? Why would he catch it?
I would say that was a bonehead play there by the Harrisburg defensive back.
Why would he catch it? He should have dropped it.
If he drops that football, Harrisburg takes over near the 45-yard line. However, this time he picks it off on the 2-yard line, and now Harrisburg will have the football at the 2.
Yeah, so great.
That is.
Did Pop kind of?
That is remarkable that just happened. And what's crazy is, the reason that's not a safety. A lot of people at home might be thinking that ball is a safety because he caught it and then ran into the end zone. But it's the momentum. So if they catch it and their momentum is taking them into the end zone, then you can't call it.
But he caught it at the 2 or 3. But if he'd have caught it right at the goal line, it would have been a little bit different.
Yeah.
But he would, it's clearly right there. So here comes the defense. 2:07 to go. Harrisburg got the ball on the 2-yard line.
Defense needs a huge stop once again.
Or
a safety.
Safety.
Knights will take a timeout.
Safety and get the ball and field goal and tie it.
Hoofda. 1:59 left. Timeout O'Gorman. They're second of the half. They've got 1 remaining. It'll be 2nd down and 9 after the 1-yard gain on the quarterback keeper by Knuth.
Gorman's got 1 timeout left.
I'm baffled by that interception. It's something that comes down kind of to coaching almost, that you need to go over those situations.
They should know where that on the field. I mean, young man wants the interception. I get that. I mean, that's good. But, you have to know where
you have to
know the field.
Yeah, you have to play your benefits. Yeah. Completely changes the ball game, actually. They could be trying to run this thing out and then punt it and have O'Gorman go 70 yards. But now if O'Gorman gets a stop, they're right back in the exact same situation they just were.
They'll get the ball to 35 or 40. Under 2, 1:59.
Tigers will go 3 wide to the left, 1 to the right. Clayton offset to his left. Knuth will just keep this time, but stuffed up the middle. He's going to get about a yard as he falls forward. They're going to give him the 5. 3rd down. Knights will not elect to use the timeout now. They'll elect to let it run. Nope, they will take the timeout.
Oh.
1:54 left. They're trying to save as much time as possible here. Another timeout, their final one of the half.
Wow.
So if Harrisburg runs this play here, the clock will run, and they'll get another fresh 40 seconds at the end of it. So there will be about a minute and, let's say, 5 seconds, depending on how long this play takes, for Harrisburg to have to punt the football to O'Gorman. So about a minute for O'Gorman to drive down the field without any timeouts and put it in the end zone.
And trust me, Harrisburg will take the whole 40 seconds.
Goes back to some key parts of the game. There's a couple dropped passes from O'Gorman, including a drop touchdown on the last drive, a drop 2-point conversion. The 2-point conversion happens. We're talking about a 3-point game, and it's just a field goal away.
Yeah.
Then
a lot of drop balls tonight.
And with the way that O'Gorman's defense has been playing in the second half, the offense has to respond here if they get another opportunity. O'Gorman only allowed that one touchdown, and it was on a short field of 12 yards. 3rd and 7. 3 wide to the left, 1 to the right. Knuth gives to Clayton off the side. He's met by a herd of Knights, tackled short of the first down. It'll be 4th down, and the Tigers will have to punt.
And they're going to take it long. 40 seconds. It'd be right at a minute, as you called it.
2 yards on the carry. 4th and 5 for the Tigers.
And they'll be punting out of the end zone. If they...
1:25, and the clock will continue to run. Harrisburg might just take a timeout here. Try to draw O'Gorman off sides on a hard count and then take a timeout.
Oh, he raised his hand up. That's 10 seconds.
2, 3.
No, they're going to go. No, they're going to hold it.
Yep. Oh!
Yep.
The snap came
right
as
when Yep.
He actually snapped it to him, and no one moved.
No.
That was almost catastrophic. That would have been a turn. If that doesn't happen there, they say he gets that snap off with that half a second or whatever, then he's sitting there like a sitting duck.
Oh, he's in the water.
And now the Knights have it inside the 5.
Now Harrisburg will take it.
So Harrisburg, timeout, 1 minute left exactly as they get ready to punt.
The ball is sitting on the 3.5-yard line. That was kind of interesting scenario right there.
Did you take a safety here and then kick off?
No, I wouldn't. Why take a safety and then...
However, if you take a safety and then you kick off, you're at least kicking off and giving them more field to have to go down, and then a field goal only ties it. Now, if you're punting it from your own goal line against the wind, O'Gorman could get this ball at the 30.
Well,
so it's going to be really interesting to see what he thinks.
The last 2 punts have only been 20 yards apiece. So
the safety could make sense here if you're Harrisburg.
I've always been against that, because you're giving points. I mean, that I get it. It's the game, it's strategy. I get it. So 6 half dozen the other. I mean, you guys think they should give the safety?
I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would 100% decide it, but see now look.
They might run around, right?
They might run around and try to take as much time as they can, which could be really. This is.
Oh, they're gonna. Geez, this is odd, folks. I've never seen this.
Snap to Knuth. Knuth will drop back. He's just going to hang on.
He is.
He's going to hang on, run around as long as he can. If he can pick up the first down, he will. Nope, he'll take the safety. So, Brett Byler was the first one to say maybe they take the safety here. Well, they do, and now there's 51 seconds left. So 9 seconds left. 9 seconds. Run off the clock.
That come back and hurt. No, that's.
So now Harrisburg will have to kick off.
Oh man.
And they, however.
You're saying State would never do that?
Now, here's the other interesting thing, though. Since it's a safety, they don't get a kick from the 35.
They punt.
They punt, or they have to kick from the 20, from the 30 instead of the 40. They don't get a kick from the 40. They have to kick it 10 yards back, or they punt it from the 40.
Yeah. And we got the wind to our backs. We're no timeouts, 51 seconds. Let's say we get the ball about 45 seconds. No timeouts. That's interesting. That's a gutsy. And the wind hasn't gone down, folks. God bless everybody sitting outside down there in the wind. Them kids down there just had to be, cold. We're in a press box, unheated, but we're out of the wind. It's a little chilly, but, kind of like a deer stand. And he'll kick from the 25.
Whew.
Well, I think this is going down, so folks, keep your rosaries out.
No timeouts for the Knights. So wherever they will get this football, they will have the length of that to either get in field goal position and kick a game-tying field goal and send it to overtime, or to win the ball game if they put it in the end zone. Riedel will return this ball for the Knights. Riedel bounces it out all the way to the 40.
Okay.
They'll mark him down at the 41. So now the ball is at the 41-yard line. There's 44 seconds left. The wind is at your back. If you get into field goal range, you can tie it with a field goal, which is interesting because if that two-point conversion is converted, then Harrisburg probably punts it away and doesn't let a field goal beat them. So everything's coming full circle around here.
It's coming around. All strategy. Okay.
First down and 10. Knights have the football at the 41-yard line. Schlimgen drops back to pass. He'll throw over to Schwab. Schwab's going to be wrapped up. A huge tackle there by number 40, Cade Larson. So the Knights will have to hurry up to the line.
Clock's running, under 30.
25 seconds left. Schlimgen will get ready to take the snap. Receivers got set. Drops back to throw. Off the hands of Landry and incomplete. That would have been enough for a first down. It'll now be third down.
But it stops the clock. So now they can call 2 plays in the huddle. They have to call 2 plays in the huddle here. 19 seconds. Knights down by 3.
Clock stops for first down, right?
Yes. So if the Knights pick up a first down here, the clock will stop momentarily, and then maybe you spike the football anyway and then reevaluate.
So just enough to
But if you don't get enough here, it's tough. You have to pick up the first down, and you cannot just go on to kick the field goal. Stuckel with the reception, and he gets out of bounds. 12 seconds left on the clock. Stuckel picks up the first down to the 28-yard line.
One more and then no kick. One more and no kick. And they'll go to the sideline. They're on the far side. They're on the far hash, so you know where they're going.
Yeesh.
You know where they're going.
Do you take a deep shot into the end zone here and then just kick it?
And if not, you throw it out.
Yep.
Why? Yeah. Don't chance interception. And I would. Yeah. Who? You got 4 receivers.
12 seconds left. Schlimgen out of the gun. He's got a receiver to his left, 3 to his right. Schwab offset to his left. Schlimgen drops back to pass. He's going to launch one deep to Pavelko. It's going to be incomplete.
7 seconds.
7 seconds left, and the Knights want a
Where's
flag
the flag?
there.
Wow. You know, they haven't.
Field goal unit is
Here
on
comes.
the field.
Here we come.
7 seconds remain.
And Zach Riddle, the 5'11", 185-pound senior, number 17, will kick to tie this up, folks.
The snap, the hold, the kick is up. And good! Riedel buries the field goal with a second left, and the game is tied.
Wow. 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 How many yard field goal was that, Coach? 44. I wasn't even looking at that. I was looking at the ball. I'm sorry, folks. I had my hand in my rosary. 44-yard. Wow. Now the safety doesn't look like. I mean, that's where I'm coming back at.
My goodness gracious.
We're going to overtime.
In other news around the South Dakota sports world, Brookings celebrates the ESD championship with a victory over the Yankton Bucks, 41-0.
No, Yankton didn't score. Wow, Brookings won the championship last year against Pierre and got beat. So, I mean, it's all going to be.
Yankton threw 6 interceptions in the football game.
Bobcats are for real, folks. Congratulations to the Brookings Bobcats. Okay, don't let them run this back, boys.
The ice in the veins there from Zach Riedel.
Oh.
Oofta. sends shivers down the spine, goosebumps down the neck.
Wow. 21-all.
Could possibly see a squib kick or a boot through the back of the end zone here. Just a high kick. It's going to have to be returned. Oh, and they're going to say his foot was in the end zone, so it's going to be a touchback.
I was thinking like you squib, maybe.
Yeah, try to just bounce it into someone and let it.
But there's not enough time on the clock to get a turn, So Harrisburg will get one free play, or they'll take a knee with 1 second. Now, the coin toss is going to be critical here for this.
I believe both teams start with it on the 10-yard line and get
which
4
end
downs.
zone?
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So that'll do it for regulation. So now we're going to head into overtime. However, we're going to take a break as the coin toss will get done on the field. So you are listening to Real Presence Radio Network. Don't go anywhere, folks, as we've got overtime football here at Harrisburg High School between the Knights and the Tigers.
When you look to the future, is the road there inevitable? It's not. That's why O'Gorman education matters. It's where you'll grow in your faith, be challenged, celebrate, and become part of a community. These are the moments that will shape your life. This is where your path will unfold. What are you waiting for? You belong in blue.
Did you know you can listen to the RPR network when you're on the go? Just search for Real Presence Radio in your app store. Listen live to any station across the network at any time, so you can stay connected to your local community from wherever you are. Plus, if you miss a program, the Real Presence Radio app is your one-stop shop for local and national podcasts, including our signature show, Real Presence Live. The Real Presence Radio app, with you every step of your faith journey.
Overtime football here in Harrisburg, South Dakota between the O'Gorman Knights and the Harrisburg Tigers. How did we get here, folks? If you're just joining us, Harrisburg elected to take a safety with a minute left in the ball game, ran down 9 seconds of the clock, Knuth stepped out of the back of the end zone, and then they kicked it away. O'Gorman converted on a 3rd down and 17 to Sam Stukel, who then stepped out of bounds. They took one more deep shot into the end zone, and then a 44-yard field goal attempt by Zach Riedel sailed through the uprights and good with a second left in the ball game. And that is where we have it now in overtime. O'Gorman will be on defense first, I believe.
Correct. And we're going to what? Probably the south end zone?
At the south end zone.
Yep. Now, we haven't had an overtime game in how long? We didn't have one last year, did we? No.
Oh, geez, I don't remember the last overtime game.
It's been a long.
Coach at Pier, we had Fritch, and that team beat Pier in overtime. Poppy was at Pier.
So that was
the last overtime I remember was when I was in like 7th or 8th grade against Lincoln at home, and Lincoln beat O'Gorman on a last play touchdown in the back of the end zone.
Well, so we haven't had. I don't think we've had overtime in Pop's years. So I explained to him how overtime works here.
So each team will get a possession from the 10-yard line. They get 4 downs is all, and then the other team will get a chance. It'll just go back and forth until one team scores more than the other. It's kind of like a college football game. They'll run a quarterback keeper on the right side. However, I believe it's Teagan in.
But then after the 3rd possession, you have to, if you get a touchdown, you have to go for 2.
Yep.
That's right. That's, if I remember right. Yep. So we picked up half a yard on that play. So it'd be 2nd and 9.5. Oh, look at that. That ball, it moved that ball. The wind moved that ball about a half a yard. and the refs aren't even seeing that. Look at that.
We've got a response on the Twitter from SF Dietrich. The Dietrich family said, Rosary works pretty good, Dan.
Yep.
And a picture of the rosary in hand. Knuth will roll around the right side, try to stiff arm a couple defenders, then is going to be brought down by a herd of Knights right at the 5-yard lines. So Knuth nearly broke a tackle and marched into the end zone, but then Riedel hit him at the last second. He was almost wrapped up around the 12-ish yard line. Broke 2 tackles, then nearly broke another one, but until Riedel got to him and knocked him down at the 5.
Okay, Ratzloff just came in now, defense, 56. You know, last year the Rosary worked pretty dang good.
Knuth out of the gun, Clayton offset to his right, just behind him. He takes a quick snap, throws a quick screen, and he's going to be just about 2 yards short of the goal line. So it'll be 4th down and 2.
They're going to go for it.
Well, 4th down and goal from the 2-yard line, I should say. They'll send in what looks like the field goal unit.
4th and goal for the Tigers, just inside the 3.
Nope, they'll back him off.
Yeah, that's what I would.
Nope, they won't. They send out the field goal kicker. Number 9 is into the game. That is Bryce Soley.
He's got that green shoe.
Very conservative play calling this second half for Harrisburg. And now they send out the field goal unit in overtime with the ball on the 2-yard line.
Very.
About as short of a field goal as you can get. It's going to be a 19-yard field goal. They move.
They move.
And they move.
And that'll be take it back 5 yards. Wow. Wow. Now a 24-yard field goal.
5-yard penalty. 4th and goal from the 7. Switch wide.
24-yard field goal from Bryce Soley. The kick is up. It is no good.
No good. No good. Wow.
My goodness
wow.
gracious.
Well, Gorman will take over. Get their 4 shots in here. And we stay at this end, correct? Okay, any score, and the Knights can win this, folks. Any score. Touchdown, field goal.
A touchdown or field goal wins this game for the Knights. The ball is on the 10-yard line. It looks like they've already sent out the field goal unit. Very curious to see why they don't even send out the offense for any plays.
We're just going to put this to bed right away.
At all. But Riedel will come out to win it with a field goal.
This isn't bad because if he misses... Oh, Harrisburg's going to call timeout. Harrisburg calls timeout. See, so he put them up to see what Harrisburg was going to do, and Harrisburg bit and called the timeout. That's gutsy coming out there. that is. That's not my old school football that we had back in the leather helmets.
I'm not Coach Poppinga, and I don't know what it's like down on the sideline, but I would at least run 2 plays and kick it on 3rd down, knowing that if you fumble the snap, you can fall on it and kick it again on 4th.
But on 1st, you got
2 down. Who says that you can't just run it 10 yards up the middle here? You never know.
Well, who's Bo is the holder, right? Beavers?
Yes, Beavers is the holder.
He got an arm?
No. To put it safely, no. And now the Knights offense will come onto the field.
I like that answer. No, quick. Then you have to think about that. So
So they just make Harrisburg take a timeout.
Yeah.
Expect a couple runs here on 1st and 2nd down. It's going to be Schwab off the left side.
Oh.
3 yards on the carry.
These guys aren't making me any younger.
The gray hairs are now showing.
No kidding. It's getting grayer tonight.
2nd and goal from the 7-yard line. It's Schlimgen out of the gun. He'll give to Schwab up the middle. Schwab's got room. Yes! He's into the end zone. The O'Gorman Knights walk it off in Harrisburg. An absolute surge in the second half, and a touchdown in overtime wins it. Jacob Schwab, 7 yards up the middle of the field, and the Knights pour onto the end zone. All members of the team are in the end zone. O'Gorman has done it. They complete the second half comeback. They trailed 21-10, kicked a 44-yard field goal with 1 second left in regulation to tie it, and they score to win the ball game in overtime.
And we keep our streak. Harrisburg has not beat the O'Gorman Knights since they've been to AAA.
5 straight wins for the O'Gorman Knights.
Wow, great. Hats off.
What a second half from O'Gorman.
27-21.
A play calling second half. I mean, everything was clicking in the final minute of the second half for O'Gorman. Then they hold in overtime and force a field goal attempt that sailed incomplete, and that does it.
And I was hanging on to my rosary the whole time.
21-7, the Knights win. So now stay tuned, folks, for the Knights Locker Room Show after the break. You're listening to Real Presence Radio Network.
Your family is depending on you to provide financial security for them. The Knights of Columbus can help you with insurance solutions such as disability income, long-term care, both term and whole life, annuities, retirement, and estate planning services. Join the Knights of Columbus today at kofc.org/join us for access to all these insurance services. Call Jeff Gillen at 605-759-7204. That's 605-759-7204.
Hi, this is Brett Byler, Area Account Executive with Real Presence Radio. Did you know the signal of Real Presence Radio reaches an audience of over 2.4 million people across North Dakota, Minnesota, South Dakota, Wisconsin, and Wyoming? Have you ever thought about running radio spots on the RPR network? We want to partner with you to help gain exposure for your business in front of a very faithful customer base. To find out more about the options, please call me, Brett Byler, at 605-670-8333.
At First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card, we believe the greatest investment we can make is in our customers and communities. Thanks to our industry-leading service, products, and tools, we're helping our customers reach their financial goals and achieve success. Through the generosity of our employees and leadership, we're able to support nearly 700 South Dakota organizations and nonprofits with our time, money, and resources. At Premier, we're always seeking ways to make an impact for good by investing in what matters most to you. It's the Premier way.
Searching for more great Catholic content? Visit our website at yourcatholicradiostation.com. Find Catholic news you can trust, information about events coming up in your local area, and the latest on what's happening at the RPR network. And don't forget that you can listen to any of our stations around the clock from anywhere in the world. Need prayers for someone or something in your life? You can submit those through our online form for the entire family to pray for. Real Presence Radio, online at yourcatholicradiostation.com. From the Real Presence Radio Network, welcome to the O'Gorman Knights Locker Room Show. Now, back to the field.
Back to the Knights victorious 27-21 overtime here in Harrisburg. We're joined now by Coach Popnica. Congratulations, you're 5-0 with Harrisburg.
Thank you. Well, if you go all the way back to Pierre, we're, 9-0 now. So, I mean, not to rub that in, but.
Let's go through the game here. A little bit of the first half.
We don't have that much time, but okay. We don't have that much time. We got to shorten it down here. Let's go to the top 3 questions here tonight. How about that?
Okay, halftime, what'd you do?
Yeah, well, they came out. I mean, the defense we didn't expect. What they showed us tonight is something we hadn't seen before. So, we had to get our guys all on the same page. And it's hard to do that when you got guys playing both ways all the time. So, we were trying to get through. But, obviously we came out, drove the ball. I mean, and then just, stupid little stuff, kept killing us. We kept shooting ourselves in the foot. The interception never should have happened. That was a completion. So, I mean, realistically, those 7 points that they got to get to 21 never should have happened in the first place, and the game's over. We have it schemed up in the fourth quarter. The pass to the end zone should have been a touchdown. But so I really thought offensively we had things kind of dialed up in the second half, and if we would have, executed at a little higher level, this, the game would have been over a lot earlier. But, I'm really proud of our kids. I mean, they could have, come out of the gate, get smacked in the mouth, and we could have made all kinds of excuses. We got one offensive lineman, starting offensive lineman tonight. That's it. And those guys kept out there fighting and playing their hardest, and as we come out with a win. I mean, we told our guys, hey, we expect to win no matter who we put out there. We keep saying that every week, and hopefully now this win, maybe we'll get lucky and we'll get a 3 seed and go play Washington next week is what we're hoping for.
Yeah, so I'll just leave you one more question as you got to get out of here. But
no, we can talk. I just didn't want to talk to Johnson. I'll talk to you, Struck.
So the defense, like you said, that the interception that set up that 12-yard touchdown drive, the defense actually had kept Harrisburg off the board the entire second half until that point. They had only given up the 14 points on 2 big plays in the first quarter.
Big plays, yeah.
What was it that was going well for the defense tonight? Was it something that you guys had been working on in practice all week, or were they just kind of playing with that extra intensity? Because it kind of kept you guys in the game after those couple of mistakes.
And the 2 big things, I mean, I think you hit it on the head. I mean, right away we talked, they said we can't give up big plays because we didn't think they could sustain drives, which they didn't, that they wouldn't be able to make those plays. And, the biggest thing was our linebackers, filling gaps in the first. We left 2 big gaps open. Guys didn't fill their holes, being aggressive. We got them being aggressive, onto the play and stuff and that, and then obviously picked that up. And then, the other thing, just keeping them off the field. I mean, our offense had, 8-9 play drives, and we just couldn't finish it, just because of, miscues and mistakes. And obviously we got some really horrible spots from the officials too. I mean, one time we have a 5-yard gain, it's a 1-yard loss. Like, how does that even happen? So, I mean, there's lots of things going on, and obviously they're always the official on the other sideline, and that's the way it happens at home games. But, we really felt like, the game could have been a 14-point win going into the end of the game if we do things a little bit cleaner and cut out a couple mistakes. But, overall, that's a fun game. The kids are, excited for our kids, proud of our kids, how they played, and, on to another win.
I love the poker hand there in overtime. Come out and show field goal. That's what I was.
We were ready to kick it. That if they didn't call the timeout, ready to kick it, they called the timeout, burned their timeouts, they had nothing else left, come back out to run it. They were a little bit mixed up, and if we would have lined up correctly right away, the first play would have been better. But obviously, we punched it in, and Schwab, great running again tonight. Did a great job out of tailback. It's good to have Pavelko back. You can tell he's not his normal Pavelko self yet, but he's going to keep getting better here the next couple of weeks when we keep playing.
So just to give you an update, because you probably don't know yet, Lincoln took care of Central 72-6, and then Washington got steamrolled by Roosevelt as well. So Roosevelt won, Lincoln won. You guys beat Harrisburg, and then the Brandon did not play.
Right.
So I'm not exactly sure where all the seeding is going to end up.
We should end up at 3.
Well, the way we understand it right now, and I don't think the paper's correct, is that Roosevelt will be number 1, Brandon will be number 2 with only 1 loss, and then there'll be us, Lincoln, Harrisburg, now all with 3 losses and all against each other. Lincoln beat us, we beat Harrisburg. So
it
the
should
whole
come down
round
to
way.
seed points.
Well, I don't think it will, because I think what's going to happen is they're going to give them all wins, just like if they would have played, because those other games would have been wins. So now we go to a coin flip.
Okay.
So I think what's going to happen, if we win the coin flip, we get number 3, and then Harrisburg would win head-to-head with Lincoln, 4-5. If Lincoln were to win the coin flip, we'd win the head-to-head with Harrisburg and host Harrisburg at O'Gorman next week.
Okay.
And if Harrisburg were to win the coin flip, Lincoln would be the 4 seed, we'd be the 5 seed. So I think, based on that math, we could be the 3, 4, or 5 tonight, and we'll find out later.
Science teacher
tonight.
with math skills right
so,
there.
Yeah, whatever skills that
I'm
is.
I'm impressed, too.
But, I mean, it depends. They said they were going to use seed points, but we're going to argue that that's not right, because if it went seed points, Lincoln would get the 3 seed off the bat. And we don't think that's obviously fair, that just because they didn't play a game, they all of a sudden they get it because of points. If they would have played those games and won, they would have had lower points. So how does that figure out? But I don't know. I'm sure we won't know that till tomorrow morning, probably, when all the dust settles. But ultimately, we got another win. Our winning streak's still alive, and we're going to play another week. So expect another same outcome next week.
Thank you, Coach Poppinga, for
congratulations
again, once again. Thank you, Coach Poppinga, for joining us. We'll now take another quick break, and then we'll bring it back with our player of the game and the last scoreboard roundup, as well as some last final thoughts. You're listening to Real Presence Radio Network.
Sioux Equipment Company can fix, sell, and repair gas pumps, tanks, and air compressors. They offer sales and services for lifts, signs, decals, and tank truck equipment in Sioux Falls and the surrounding areas. Sioux Equipment Company is located at 1310 East 39th Street in Sioux Falls, just off of East Benson Road. They can be reached by calling 605-334-1653. Again, that number is 605-334-1653.
Did you know you can listen to the RPR network when you're on the go? Just search for Real Presence Radio in your app store. Listen live to any station across the network at any time, so you can stay connected to your local community from wherever you are. Plus, if you miss a program, the Real Presence Radio app is your one-stop shop for local and national podcasts, including our signature show, Real Presence Live. The Real Presence Radio app, with you every step of your faith journey.
Welcome back to Harrisburg High School, where the Knights just completed a comeback in the second half and eventually won in overtime over the Harrisburg Tigers, 27-21. So, we're going to go to our player of the game for the evening, and we're going to give it to two guys who are very deserving of it. First, we'll cap it off with Jacob Schwab, who had the touchdown run to seal the deal and win the ball game, but also was running fantastic, flying all over the field defensively.
Yeah, he played both ways, and I'm not patting myself on the back, but who did I call?
Might have been your pick.
That was my pick, and that's right. The 25 Jacob Schwab was my pick, and we finally got one right.
Yep, no kidding. And then our other player of the game was Zach Riedel, who sent the game into overtime with a 44-yard field goal as time was expiring. There was 1 second left in total at the end, but a gutsy kick there by the senior who put it through the uprights to give O'Gorman the chance to go ahead and win in overtime. So tonight's players of the game are Zach Riedel and Jacob Schwab.
So as Coach said, we'll wait till the morning to find out. Turn in to Twitter. Brett will have it all on there. The results. Are we 4 or are we 3? Depends on what they decide. Even though Lincoln's down a game, they're going to give it to them. I agree they shouldn't. But again, it's going to be interesting how it all turns out. The 3, 4, and 5 seed. So if we're 3, we're at home against Washington. If we're 5, we're home against probably Lincoln or Harrisburg. Oh no, we won't be 5. I don't think
we should
we'd
be
3
or 4. I
believe.
3 or 4. If based on Poppinga's logic, which I actually agree with, that's how it goes. This is the scenes from the Sioux Falls game versus the game out in Rapid City, which was a snow bowl over there. But so we'll go to a quick final scoreboard update. The Huron Tigers defeated the Mitchell Colonels, which was in Mitchell, pretty handedly, 34-13. A final score from earlier: Lincoln won over Rapid City Central, 72-6. Washington got beat by Roosevelt, 44-7. Brookings in AA upsets the number 1 ranked Yankton, 41-0 at home in an absolute trouncing of the Bucks. The Bobcats take the ESD title home and are now heading into the playoffs as the number 1 overall seed. Pierre defeated Douglas 35-13 over in Pierre. And we don't have any scores from that Watertown-Aberdeen game, and neither from the Sturgis Spearfish game.
Because Watertown Aberdeen, that'd be 7 or 8. Which one? They're both 2 and 4. So who's ever there they both will travel next week. So, but no, this is probably one of we've all season long, but we haven't gone in overtime that I know in the 4 or 5 years. But I tell you what, we've had some great games, and tonight this topped it. Let's put it over the edge for me for the Knights away to play comeback. You're down 21-10. 14-10.5, you're down 21-10 in the third, and you come back and you score and win it.
Yep. 17 unanswered points from O'Gorman, including it was 2 touchdowns, a safety, and a field goal. Not the most conventional way of getting that, but that was how it was done. and it was 17 unanswered points against a very good Harrisburg team in Harrisburg in a very cold, windy night. That was perseverance at its finest right there. And O'Gorman is now gaining loads of momentum heading into the playoffs.
To me, hats off to the whole team. I mean, we gave to the 2 players, but the whole team stepped up tonight and they played their hearts out. That drive and determination by the whole team there tonight really sealed the win.
And once we find out something, folks, tomorrow in regards to who's O'Gorman's playing, where, when, we'll tweet it out on Twitter at RPR Sioux Falls. And then we can let you know. I think we should know something at least by tomorrow. This kind of reminds me of last year's O'Gorman team. We lost to Lincoln really bad last year at homecoming. I think we were 2-2 at that point, and then didn't lose a game the rest of the season. We were 1-3 after losing again to Lincoln at Howard Road in September in an ugly game where I think Teagan got sacked, 12 times?
10 times officially, but basically 12. The no-gain sacks or whatever counted as tackles.
So now we ran off 5 straight wins going into the playoffs. So O'Gorman should have momentum. Hopefully we can get a few of those linemen back next week. But, wow, and I am pretty sure I have a pretty good memory. This is our 7th year covering O'Gorman. I think the only overtime game they've played was back in 2014 up in Pierre.
Against
when
Jason
Coach Poppy was
Shannon.
coaching Pierre, and Pierre got a late field goal to tie it. And then they did not get in the end zone, and Luke Fritsch got a game-winning touchdown. We won it up in Pierre. But yeah, so it was fun.
Craziness.
Overtime is fun, and O'Gorman, give them credit, they won. And I appreciate all the viewers on YouTube tonight. Unfortunately, we weren't able to have our normal broadcast with the radio, the app, and everything, but that will be back next week. We have a morning show in Aberdeen tomorrow, so that's why that happened.
So when I see that tomorrow morning when I get up at 5:30, I'll let you guys know.
Well, I won't answer your text at least 7:30, Dan. So
7:30, half day is over with.
Well, final thoughts, guys.
Well, let's get out of it. You guys go.
Like I just kind of already touched on, that was an absolute perseverance performance there. Being down on the road in a cold game like this, it's easy to shut down. And those guys stuck to it, stuck to their guns. They trusted Coach Poppinga. They trusted each other. The coaches being able to trust a senior to go out there and send in a field goal, to send it into overtime from 44 yards out is a big asking. And Zach Riedel stepped up and did that and completed the job. But also the defense played lights out in the second half and from the second quarter on. Despite that one interception that set them up for a 12-yard easy touchdown drive, and the defense comes out with their backs against the wall already, they played lights out in the second half. And it was just an all-around team performance, and it's something that they can learn on and take in to the playoffs and build on it.
And Zach Riedel, if he started the season, if Connor was healthy, he'd probably been the 3rd kicker on this team. Andrew Nelson was your 2nd-string kicker. So just think of that. You're basically your 3rd guy who you try at kicking. So maybe his nickname could be Zach Vinatieri from now on.
Oh, South Dakota State. I'm like, wow, Brad.
Patriots too, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Patriots.
Thanks everyone for listening tonight, and we'll let you guys all know tomorrow who O'Gorman will play in the first round of the playoffs next Thursday night.
God bless.
Thanks, Dan. Have a great night, everyone. Drive home safe.
From the Real Presence Radio Network, O'Gorman Knights Football has been brought to you in part by
Catholic Family Services, Catholic Community Foundation for Eastern South Dakota, Jardine Construction, Barnett Vision Clinic, Bishop O'Gorman Catholic Schools, McGuire Iron, Sioux Equipment Company, Ferendorf Family Chiropractic and Wellness, Mark Promis with Providence Financial, First Premier Bank Card, Canfield Business Interiors, the BB Agency Knights of Columbus Insurance, Closets and More, and JMJ Caseworks.
The preceding O'Gorman Knights activity has been a special presentation of the Real Presence Radio Network.